Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, fuck everybody, just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. You always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, fuck everybody, just do your thing.
I push a mind to a limit where it needs to feed. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss, see. I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Stroke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see, matter of fact.
Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up, I'm
and good morning, and welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter. We're here for the national. Well, this is going to be a nationwide anti-ICE peaceful gaslighting protest round 5. We're in June 10th, and 5 days straight of wildness that's been going on. We're going to get some recaps here from the news. I'll be jumping around different channels to see what's been going on and what happened last night. I hope you guys slept good because I did. And let's get to the news. I wish you guys a great day today. It's going to be chaotic, but try to make it the best day as possible for yourself. And let's get to the news. Okay.
One after another at one jewelry store. Somebody actually set a fire, LA City Fire responding to that. And then the Apple store here on 8th and Broadway also hit. There's a blood trail on the inside glass. So apparently someone who shattered one of those windows also got injured. The store just vandalized. There's graffiti all over the windows on the inside of the store and boxes absolutely everywhere. Now, we did see some people being taken into custody, and we expect to get some numbers from LAPD after. And then there's the Shoe Palace. And keep in mind, these are not all the businesses that were looted. There were many others. These are just some of them. And if the business wasn't looted or broken into, it was vandalized. There is graffiti absolutely everywhere. Bringing it back here live again, the Adidas store, one of many that were hit. No dollar amount on what was taken because all the managers, employees, they still have to come in now and do an inventory of their losses. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Gracia. Back to you.
All right, Gigi, thank you. We'll take you now here to a day-long
today.
protest in Santa Ana over immigration raids in the OC. This ended shortly before midnight. Police tell us they declared an unlawful assembly around 8:30 last night. They say people were throwing fireworks and other objects at local and federal authorities. Police say they responded with tear gas and other crowd control weapons. The demonstration started near the Santa Ana Federal Building, where several people were arrested. The protests were triggered by a number of ICE raids carried out in Santa Ana yesterday, including an ICE raid at a Home Depot. And later today, Orange County elected leaders and the OC Rapid Response Network will gather to condemn the ICE raids. Organizers say they want to ensure the OC immigrant community feels supported. OC Supervisor Vicente Sarmiento is expected to speak out against the raids, along with 3 Santa Ana City Council members and several members of the Santa Ana Unified School District Board.
It's been a busy couple of days, several days,
least,
you know,
for sure.
And here we are. It's Tuesday.
It feels later than that in the week, for sure.
Yeah, I know we've been having incredible team coverage here at Good Day LA and Fox, so we'll continue to.
So stellar team coverage from Fox 11 LA as we continue with the latest developments. I do want to transition to give you that live look outside of LAX, and we're also getting a response this morning from several officials. I first want to start off with the very latest from the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Take a look at your screen. He says, quote, on X this morning, due to increased threats to federal law enforcement officers and federal buildings, approximately 700 active duty U.S. Marines from Camp Pendleton are being deployed to Los Angeles to restore order. Hegseth goes on to say, quote, we have an obligation to defend federal law enforcement officers, even if Gavin Newsom will not, end quote. So that's the very latest from the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. And we also are following the very latest from other officials this morning. So again, just mentioning Hegseth there. Here's the very latest from Gavin Newsom. It says, quote, U.S. Marines serve a valuable purpose for this country, defending democracy. They are not political pawns. He goes on to say, quote, the Secretary of Defense is illegally deploying them onto American streets so Trump can have a talking point at his parade this weekend. Newsom concludes this by saying, quote, it's a blatant abuse of power. Let's continue as we are following all sides of the anti-ICE protests and check in with our content partners over at Fox 5 New York. Again, we know that these protests have trickled out to states far beyond LA.
That's one storyline that we'll watch going forward, and we'll hear from some voters coming up in our next hour. Live in Englewood this morning, Kurt and Rosanna, back to you.
Okay, Robert. Well, this morning as anti-ICE protests continue to take over parts of Los Angeles, President Trump is deploying more troops there.
But his decision is causing a rift with the leaders there, including Governor Gavin Newsom. Briella Tomasetti keeping an eye on things for us this morning. What are you hearing, Briella?
Yeah, Rosanna and Kurt. Well, we know the president ordered active duty U.S. Marines and 2,000 more National Guard troops to Los Angeles yesterday, vowing those who continue to protest immigration arrests will be, quote, hit harder than ever. California Governor Gavin Newsom slammed the move, saying that Marines being deployed on U.S. soil is un-American. It all comes after a weekend of unrest in the city of Angels. Last night's demonstrations were largely peaceful, but California is now pushing back against the presence of National Guard troops.
Until we went in, if we didn't do the job, that place would be burning down just like the houses burned down.
These are not the people that we were told were going to be detained. And it makes me feel like our city is actually a test case for what happens when the federal government moves in and takes the authority away from the state or away from local government.
Yesterday, President Trump and Gavin Newsom began exchanging jabs through their social media accounts. Trump said he would support Newsom's arrest after he dared Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, to cuff him. Homan walked back the suggestion that he was even open to the idea, adding that such an arrest would only happen if someone crossed the line and committed a crime against ICE officers. Newsom, in the meantime, plans to sue the Trump administration over its deployment of National Guard troops that California did not ask for. Protests have also popped up in other major cities, including here in New York. Multiple protesters were arrested outside Federal Plaza after clashing with police. Mayor Adams and NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch said they support the right to peaceful protesting, but warned that violence would not be tolerated.
The escalation of protests in Los Angeles over the last couple of days is unacceptable.
We have no tolerance for violence. None. We have no tolerance for property damage.
The police commissioner emphasized that due to city law, the NYPD cannot engage in civil immigration enforcement. That means they cannot intervene. According to the NYPD, 7 people in total were arrested at Federal Plaza. Charges, though, are still pending. Rosanna and Kurt, back to you.
Yeah, Briella, and we just had a reporter on the ground in L.A. who showed us the Adidas store and the Apple store
In downtown LA.
And they looted and vandalized those stores.
Yep. All right. Thank you very much, Briella. Back here.
All right, so that was Fox 5 New York covering the very latest of those anti-ICE protests. Here at 8:13 on the East Coast, we're going to step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and as we do so, giving you a live look there at the Big Apple skyline.
And what you're seeing here is from last night. Another car on fire. Seems like they burned another car. Seems like it's going to be a wild day today, round 5. And let's see how far the protester takes it. hopefully the Marines will come in today and bring back law and order. And if you're new to the channel, please subscribe. It's really helpful for the channel. I'm trying to grow the channel as fast as possible. I'm at 444 subscribers. So if you can please subscribe, leave a like so we could get back into the friendly terms with the algorithm. I really would appreciate it. What a picture, right? You got a pride, what's a flag, a gay flag? I guess that's the gay flag. And you got the police standing by, and you got a couple of protesters there. I'm going to be jumping around from other channels here, so bear with me. I think it's going to be a busy day. I got to restart the signal here. Give me 1 sec as I work this out. Early in the morning, you always get these like cooties.
(8:16) here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are following a developing story this Tuesday morning. Take a look, getting the latest information from our content partners over at TMZ. They report Khaby Lame, a famous TikTok star, was detained by ICE for overstaying the terms of his visa and was forced to leave the country. Again, TMZ confirming this information. They're told the 25-year-old viral star was detained by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Yeah, you see this guy, he's pretty famous. I've seen him before on YouTube.
TMZ goes on to report
he's the muted guy who works by
meaning
he does
avoided deportation proceedings.
he's quiet when he does his videos, and he's always doing these facial expressions and
DHS sources say
and so forth, and he made it pretty good, you know, but he's an illegal. He overstayed his visa, and now he's being deported. He's self-deporting, so he's going to be paying for his trip back home.
Has spent a chunk of time stateside, but apparently forgot his visa expiration date. TMZ reporting it's unclear exactly how long he overstayed, but ICE made it clear the U.S. government isn't playing when it comes to visa violations. TMZ did reach out to Lame's representatives, but so far, no word back. We're going to step away for another 2-minute commercial break. More top stories and headlines when we return.
While they go on break, I'm going to be here. It's wild how things are turning, and it's for the best. We need stability. We need to bring back law and order. All these violators of their visas and overstaying here, it's a real problem, real big problem here in America. And it's time that the Trump administration steps up and do what's right and get these individuals moving along. You came, you saw, and now you have to leave. And I'm sorry, but that's just how it is. That's just the way it goes. I'm not gonna sing a Janet Jackson song here, and I like Janet Jackson, but that's just the way it goes. And and, um, and it's not love. It's actually, it's out of like. Listen, if you came here to visit your family, that's great. You put down that you're gonna only be here for a couple of months. That's fine. The problem is when you overstay your visa and then you don't follow up with Border Patrol or Homeland Security to let them know that you're going to be staying here longer, that if you could get an extension, or if what's the process, if you need more time, um, they don't do it. They forget the date, and then you have agents coming after you because you overstayed your visa, and then you have to be deported away from here. A lot of people are in that category of overstaying their visas. And now it's time that the Trump administration is going to come in. He's reinforcing the agents and he's bringing in the Marines to LA, and they're going to continue the ICE operations, and they're going to continue going after individuals that are violent criminals that are on the deportation list. They have the documentations that they need to get these people out. So let's go ahead and get back into the news here, and then I'll come back on in a bit and speak a little bit more. Speak my mind. Let me just set this up. Here we go. And let's start it up and see what happens.
Continue with your top stories and headlines, taking you back out to Los Angeles, giving you a live look outside of LAX. Traffic now moving slowly. The last time I showed you all this shot, there was actually some congestion. The right side lane has been cleared. We are going to check in now with our content partners over at Fox 11 LA as they continue with team coverage this morning following the very latest of the anti-ICE protests.
Bond after his arrest during immigration raids Friday in downtown LA's Garment District.
The SEIU president apologized to union members yesterday after being released from federal custody. The president of SEIU California has been held in detention since Friday when he was arrested while protesting an immigration raid. Huerta was freed after paying a $50,000 bond and urged supporters to keep up the fight against ICE.
I just want to say that when we're here and there's protests outside, that means in there, they're in lockdown right now. They're in lockdown. They cannot come out of their cells. Not even to eat. They cannot come out. Who's they? The detainees. They cannot come out. So while this is happening, they cannot come out. There's also the risk. They also cannot see their lawyers. And to a certain extent, they cannot also do court hearings that are so important. Because had I not had my court hearing today, I now would be standing here today. We will have our time for justice, but we must do it in a way that we demonstrate the power of working people across this country and stand united against.
Huerta faces charges of conspiracy to impede an officer and was ordered to remain 100 yards away from federal agents or operations. His arraignment is July the 7th. As the Trump administration's immigration crackdown intensifies in the Southland, anti-ICE protests are spreading to other cities.
Yeah, we're going to go to Dallas, Texas first, where protesters were holding signs and waving flags last night. Police say they eventually declared an unlawful assembly before forcing some of the protesters out of the street. No word on how many, if any, protesters were arrested.
Taking you now to New York City, there are pictures as immigration agents and protesters clashed at ICE headquarters in Manhattan's Federal Plaza in downtown Manhattan.
Yeah, New York is getting a little hyped.
Taken into custody when the demonstration got out of hand Saturday night. Protesters pushed back against police.
Let me pause this for a second, but you can see this is NYPD. The reason why you have not seen much out of the NYPD with protesters and stuff like that is because it's been raining up here. I live in the Northeast. I live in Connecticut. I'm right next to New York, and I'm sandwiched between New York and Massachusetts and neighboring Rhode Island. and it's been the weather hasn't been the greatest. It's been heavy downpours and a little chilly because of the rain. And a lot of these people are not going to be out there in the rain. They're not going to get sick. They're going to be they're going to wait till it calms down. Today, it shouldn't be raining as much. And I expect a little bit more activity in New York. I'm not surprised that New York hasn't turned into LA yet. It's because the weather. But if the weather gets better, expect New York to start up with their peaceful gaslighting protest. So let's go back to the news and see what they say here. But poor guy, he got to work a lot of overtime, and he doesn't look too happy. This officer does not look too happy. It's okay, sir. Enjoy having to work overtime and having to deal with the amount of illegals that are going to be coming through and causing a ruckus. They got a lot to sanctuary cities needs to be put to an end. We don't need sanctuary cities within the United States. That's like it's like a sub city within the United States that it's okay to be illegal and come in and then feed off eat up all our benefits and leave us the American people with scraps. I I don't think so. But let's continue the story.
Expressing outrage over an 11th grader being detained by ICE when he showed up to an asylum hearing.
That's right. Demanding the respect of our rights of protest and organize. Immigrants' rights are human rights.
This is from a rally in Atlanta where protesters called for an end to the ICE immigration raids. The demonstrators shouted for the release of an LA labor leader, David Huerta. He's president of the California Service Employees International Union, known as SEIU. And as we just mentioned, he was released from federal custody yesterday after posting bond.
Last night, we talked with Nick Wilson. He is the spokesperson for the Los Angeles Sheriff's Professional Association. Wilson said law enforcement is overworked. City leaders, he said, aren't doing enough, and he supports bringing in the National Guard.
We've got multiple
now they say it's
members
okay
right
to
now
bring
that
them
are
in
working
because
up
the
to
police force is
12
getting
days
tired.
straight. This is not sustainable. They are overworked. They are exhausted. They are about 25 positions down right now within the LA County Sheriff's Department. Operationally, within the county, this cannot sustain itself. So while this is a short-term situation that we're seeing unfold right now on your screens, long-term, this is not sustainable. So, good for the president and good for the administration for calling in the National Guard and the Marines to maintain order because local officials refuse at the command staff level to do so.
And we want to let you know to stay with Good Day LA and Fox 11 for continuing coverage of the protests, the demonstrations. We'll have another live report coming up in about 15 minutes from downtown. You can also get updates on our website, foxla.com, and our Fox Local app.
All right, it is 5:18. Let's check in with Samada. Good morning, Samada.
Good. All right, so Fox 11 LA switching back to weather-related headlines. So we're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere.
As
More
they
top
go to a
stories when
commercial
we return.
break, I'm going to be switching over to another site here. So this is from last night. I'm going to try to find some more here to view. It's been hectic. They need to get it under control because the longer this goes, the more fatigue the police are going to have, and it's just not going to be good for those who are out there daily trying to protect the citizens. You get tired. I get tired. You get tired, right? And you don't want to be dealing with bullshit. And it seems like that's what's been happening. So it's been a lot of bullshit going on, and it's a big disruption, especially LA, because LA is a very popular city and highly populated. but it's uncalled for having this type of protest. Okay, and this is not friendly, but they'll tell you it's friendly. I think it's just fucking crazy. That's all I think. I think it could, they could express themselves differently in a more civilized manner. But I feel like these people are doing this, and then there's other opportunistic individuals that are breaking into stores and looting stores. One store, the Apple store, got looted. They had at one point over 100 individuals in the store looting. There was an Adidas store that was looted last night. 2 nights ago, Nike store got looted and all their merchandise was stolen. And the one from last night, the Adidas, also got all their merchandise stolen from the store. So how is that peaceful? How is that Trump's fault? That you have hooligans that are spray painting the whole city. They look like I would say domestic terrorists could be a thing here. You can't trust these people because we don't know these people. We don't know what they're capable of. We don't know if any one of these people here have Molotov cocktails or bombs or any type of device. We don't know this, and they could throw something at the police officers, and it can explode, and then we'll have like a casualty situation where a lot of if officers get pretty much killed on the line of duty, and then what they gonna do? Blame Trump for that too? Because Trump is everything's always Trump's fault. I mean, sometimes you gotta look in the mirror and start fucking taking accountability. You know what I mean? I need to talk to my friend Tyson. He's a real good friend of mine, Tyson De La Cruz. Check out his channel on YouTube. He is a really good on delivering some really cool news. You know what? Let's catch an episode of his. I got permission from him to show. I could show any and all shows from his channel. So, and I asked him for permission so I could use it, so I could show it up. I could show it off here. He is a really good friend of mine. I've known him for a year now, more than a year now, and we became really good friends. And I really love his reporting. He does a very good job, and you guys should subscribe to him. His name is Tyson De La Cruz. I'm gonna be working behind the scenes to find his show from last night, and then we'll watch it together. Okay, so let's go over back to live now, Fox, and while we're watching this, I'll be looking for the Tyson De La Cruz story.
8:26 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. We continue to follow the anti-ICE protests across America, specifically Los Angeles. As we know, that area is the forefront where all of this erupted. As we are awaiting our content partners to come back on air, I do want to transition to a shot we are getting. This is a live look courtesy of our content partners over at the Associated Press. They say this is a live look from the arrivals terminal at a Paris airport, monitoring for the possible arrival of a Swedish activist, Greta Thunberg. She was deported from Israel after being detained aboard a Gaza-bound aid ship. This has been a story we've been following all morning. We first broke it here on Live Now from Fox. Now, I do want to provide more information about this developing story if this is the first time you're hearing about it. So as I mentioned, activist Greta Thunberg was deported from Israel on this Tuesday. The country's foreign ministry confirming this to AP a day after the Gaza-bound ship she was on was seized by the Israeli military. So we are learning that. We're also learning Thunberg left on a flight to France and was then headed to her home country of Sweden. Again, you're getting that live look there at that arrival terminal. Thunberg was one of 12 passengers on a ship carrying aid to Gaza that was meant to protest Israel's ongoing war there and shed light on the humanitarian crisis in the Palestinian territory. Israeli naval forces seized the boat without incident about 200 kilometers off of Gaza's coast, which, along with rights groups, rights groups are saying that Israel's actions are a violation of international law. Israel rejecting that charge this morning, saying such ships intend to breach what it says is a lawful naval blockade of Gaza. As we are learning more, the boat accompanied by Israel's Navy arrived in the Israeli port Monday evening. We're also learning this morning that French foreign minister on this Tuesday is one of the detained French activists did sign an expulsion order and will leave Israel Tuesday for France. The other 5 refusing. He said all of the activists received visits. We're also learning as well, Israel viewing the ship as a publicity stunt, calling it the, quote, selfie yacht. Israeli officials saying that the flotilla was bringing meager aid with what amounted to less than a truckload of goods. So again, this is a developing story. If you're just now tuning in, giving you a live look this Tuesday morning here at 8:29 on the East Coast out in Paris, France, a live look from the arrivals terminal, at a Paris airport, monitoring for the possible arrival of Swedish activist Greta Thunberg, who was deported from Israel after being detained aboard a Gaza-bound aid ship. As we continue to follow top stories and headlines, we do want to transition coming back stateside this Tuesday morning, giving you another live look outside of LAX as we transition.
I don't know why they give that little rat so much attention.
LA.
So
currently 6 degrees in
they're going to be
Santa Ana,
going
and
onto a break.
highs
So
will
let's
be
guys stop this here. I'm going to go over to my good friend Tyson De La Cruz, and we're going to see 3 stories that he put together. You're more than welcome to subscribe to his channel and support his channel. Like I said, he's a really cool dude. He's going to be coming on to my show. Hopefully frequently. Whenever when he has time and stuff, he's going to be coming on to my show and we're going to be talking. So this is his channel. Let me show you real quick. This is his channel, Tyson De La Cruz. He has 85,000. No, he has 85.7 thousand subscribers. Okay. It has over 879 videos. He puts in the work, and I'm proud of him. Let's come over here and see one the 3 videos that I picked out for us to watch.
America, we just witnessed a perfect example of liberal protest addiction in Minneapolis. A mob of protesters attacked federal agents conducting a legitimate drug and money laundering investigation at a Mexican restaurant, all because somebody saw an ICE badge and immediately assumed it was an immigration raid. These people are so addicted to protesting, they don't even bother to find out what's actually happening before they start protesting in the streets. Here's the kicker: when a driver tried to get through their illegal roadblock, they surrounded his car and dozens of cops had to use crowd control methods to arrest him. Meanwhile, the actual investigation had nothing to do with immigration. It was about drugs and money laundering.
We right now are waiting for more information after federal officers in tactical gear drew a large crowd of protesters happening in South Minneapolis.
The videos of the confrontation between those agents and demonstrators quickly went viral.
What is up, guys? Tyson De La Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This story perfectly illustrates how liberals have turned protesting into a full-time job. They see any federal agent and immediately assume it's a human rights violation. Do these people have actual jobs, or is professional protesting their career? Let me break down what actually happened in South Minneapolis. Federal agents in tactical gear showed up at a Mexican restaurant on East Lake Street to execute a search warrant related to drugs and money laundering. This was a legitimate criminal investigation that had nothing to do with immigration.
Federal agents surrounding a Mexican restaurant in South Minneapolis this morning. The situation got out of control after a large crowd gathered and began demanding answers. They showed up after rumors spread about a possible immigration raid there, but that's not what happened.
Because some agents had ICE badges, which makes sense because ICE investigates federal crimes as well. The liberal mob immediately assumed it was an immigration raid and they started their usual tantrum. They didn't bother to ask any questions. They didn't wait for any facts. They just saw federal agents and went full resistance mode.
In fact, police say federal agents didn't even arrest anyone, though some of the video shows at least one person detained, though it doesn't mean they were arrested. They say the agents executed a search warrant as part of a criminal investigation.
Here's what's really pathetic. The agents didn't even arrest anybody. They executed a search warrant, gathered evidence, and left. But the liberal protest turned into a full-scale confrontation because they're so desperate to find something to be outraged about.
The agents stood outside Takare Berry area, I should say, on East Lake Street and Bloomington Avenue with guns. They also had a military-style truck outside. Protesters started seeing this around 10 o'clock this morning. Some agents had ICE badges on, and that may be where some of this confusion initially started.
The confusion started because these people see any federal law enforcement and immediately think it's some kind of oppression. They can't comprehend that maybe, just maybe, they're actual criminals who need to be investigated. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. Who are these people who can show up and protest at 10 a.m. on a weekday? Do they have jobs? Are they taking vacation days to harass federal agents? Or is protesting literally their full-time occupation? Look at the timeline here. Federal agents show up around 10 a.m. to conduct a legitimate investigation. Within hours, there is a full mob of protesters blocking streets and confronting law enforcement. How do you mobilize so many people that quickly unless protesting is literally what you do for a living?
Minneapolis and state leaders said those federal agents were at a Mexican restaurant on East Lake Street and Bloomington Avenue in Minneapolis yesterday, conducting a search warrant related to drugs and money laundering, not related to immigration. But officers wearing ICE badges were spotted in some of these videos.
This is the same pattern we see in every liberal city. Professional protesters who treat every law enforcement action like it's a civil rights movement. They have a whole infrastructure set up to mobilize protesters at a moment's notice, regardless of what's actually happening.
Tensions escalated when a man drove his car through protesters who were blocking an intersection. More than a dozen police officers arrived and used crowd control methods to grab the driver.
And of course, they illegally block intersections because they think their feelings give them a right to shut down public roads. When a driver tried to get through their illegal roadblock, they surrounded his car like a mob. It took dozens of police officers using crowd control methods to arrest the driver, not the protesters who were illegally blocking the traffic. This Minnesota incident is just the latest example of a pattern we're seeing in liberal cities across America. Whether it's Seattle, Portland, San Diego, San Francisco, or Minneapolis, the response is always the same. They see federal agents, assume oppression, and start protesting. Remember the Portland protest where they attacked federal agents protecting a courthouse? Or the Seattle Chop Zone? Or the San Francisco protest where they defended business exploiting illegal workers?
The investigation centered on drugs and money laundering, but that's all we really know at this point. Deputies say they worked with the feds on the investigation and that this was just one of several search warrants they executed today throughout the metro as part of that investigation.
The common thread here is these protesters never wait for facts. They see law enforcement and immediately assume it's some kind of injustice. They're so addicted to being victims, they create victimization where none exists.
People are upset. It's wrong what's happening all over, not just here.
The way that the police are showing up in force, no wonder there's such a confrontation between them and the people that actually live here in the community. We have no reason to trust them.
Listen to this protester.
Wrong what's happening all over, not just here.
They're upset about law enforcement doing their jobs. They think investigating drugs and money laundering is wrong. The mayor actually got this one right when he said this is an example of how misinformation can spread really quickly and can get out of control and cause a lot of problems. But he's missing the bigger picture. This isn't just information, it's willful ignorance.
Yep.
Yeah, Randy, Mayor Jacob Fry used this as an example of how misinformation can spread really quickly and get out of control and cause problems. And it appears that that is exactly what happened earlier this morning and into the afternoon. And
these protesters don't want facts. They want drama. They want to feel like they're part of some resistance movement. When they see federal agents, they immediately jump into the worst possible conclusion and start mobilizing their protest network. The fact that this was just one of several warrants they executed that day throughout the metro shows that this was a coordinated law enforcement operation targeting criminal activity. But the protesters turned it to some civil rights issue because that's just what they do.
Police say they just showed up to handle the crowd that gathered, and that crowd seemed to be under the impression that this was an ICE raid. The sheriff's office reiterated that although it does work with the feds on criminal investigations, as was the case here, it is not involved in any civil immigration enforcement.
Even after officials clarified that this had nothing to do with immigration enforcement, the protesters probably still think that they were fighting for some type of great injustice. They're so invested in their victim narrative that facts become absolutely irrelevant. Let's talk about the economics of these professional protests. These people can mobilize dozens of protesters on a weekday morning, block traffic for hours, and confront federal agents. Who's paying for this? In most cases, it's a combination of progressive nonprofits, active organizations, and government grants. These people are literally being paid to harass law enforcement and disrupt legitimate government operations. Meanwhile, working Americans are trying to get to their jobs and they can't because professional protesters are blocking intersections over fake ICE raids. The driver who tried to get through their roadblock probably had somewhere important to be, but the protesters think their feelings are more important than everybody else's lives. The fact that no arrests were made of these protests show how these liberal cities enable this type of behavior. They illegally block traffic, harass federal agents, and create public disturbance, but face no consequences. America, this Minneapolis incident perfectly illustrates the liberal addiction to outrage and protest. These people are so desperate to be victims that they create victimization where it doesn't even exist. Federal agents conducting a legitimate drug and money laundering investigation become oppressive ICE raids. Law enforcement doing their jobs becomes police brutality, and working Americans trying to get to work becomes secondary to the protesters' need for drama. This is what happens when you have a generation of people who have been taught that every law enforcement action is racist, every federal investigation is oppression, and every inconvenience is a human rights violation. The fact that these protesters can mobilize so quickly during work hours shows that many of them don't even have real jobs. Protesting has become their career, funded by progressive organizations that profit from chaos and division. Meanwhile, actual criminals are running drug and money laundering operations, but the protesters are more upset about the agents investigating those crimes than they are about the crimes themselves. This is the backwards world of liberal priorities, defending criminals, attacking law enforcement, and turning every legitimate government action into a civil rights crisis. When you see these professional protesters mobilizing against federal agents, ask yourself, do these people have real jobs, or is outrage their full-time occupation? Let me know what you guys think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
That's my friend Tyson. I'm proud. I'm happy to be friends with him. You know, something drove me to him, and I you know, we communicated. We started talking, and man, two great minds. On the same page, man. It's such a cool thing. I'm happy to be friends with him, man. So I'm lucky, you know. At least something good turned out of me being away for a year. Let's go to another show that he put together. Let me put it here. And then I got one more of his, and then we're going to go back live to what's going on in LA. So, well, interruption. Let's watch this together.
of investigation led to a multi-agency sting operation at a Latson nightclub.
America, we just witnessed one of the most massive cartel takedowns in U.S. soil. 200 federal agents stormed a Charleston nightclub at 3 a.m. and arrested 80 people, including high-level members of 2 different Mexican cartels and an international murder suspect wanted by Interpol. But here's what's really shocking. They also rescued 7 human trafficking victims and found 10 underage kids inside, including a 13-year-old and 1 reported missing child. This isn't just a nightclub. This was a full-scale cartel operation hiding in plain sight.
Wow. In South Carolina, if I'm not mistaken. I read, I saw this news.
Sunday, officials with the Department of Homeland Security, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, Charleston County Sheriff's Office, and more descended on the Alamo, a nightclub officials have been keeping an eye on for months.
What is up, guys? Tyson Dela Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This operation, called Operation Last Stand, just exposed how Mexican cartels are using American nightclubs as fronts for trafficking, money laundering, and God knows what else. And the best part, this happened under Trump's watch with real immigration enforcement. Let me break down what happened early Sunday morning in Charleston at 3 a.m. when the Alamo nightclub was packed with people. 200 law enforcement from 14 different agencies surrounded the building and conducted what can only be described as a military-style operation.
I saw dancing, I saw people smiling, having a good time, and then boom, everything just went to chaos.
Immediately thought about my mom. I thought about my dad, what's going to happen to me, what's going to happen to my friends.
This wasn't just some random raid. Law enforcement have been watching this place for months. Sheriff deputies knew this location was a source of a lot of disruption, crime, assaults, drug dealing in this particular area. What they found inside was far worse than anybody could expect.
Both Herrera and Tanico were there on Sunday when around 200 law enforcement officers corralled the Alamo nightclub parking lot. Hours of yelling and crowding as each person inside was checked and processed.
The operation involved the Department of Homeland Security, ICE, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, Charleston County Sheriff's Office, and 10 other agencies. When you need 14 different law enforcement agencies to take down one club, you know that you're dealing with something incredibly massive.
116 warrants issued, 80 people arrested, and an undisclosed number of cocaine, an unknown substance, and U.S. currency seized.
They served 116 criminals and immigration warrants and arrested 80 people. But here's the kicker. 60 of those people were believed to be in the country illegally. So not only was this a criminal operation, it was also a massive immigration violation. And you know what, guys? Speaking of protecting vulnerable people from predators, our seniors are under constant attack from Medicare scammers who are almost as bad as these cartel criminals. While we're watching cartels exploit traffic victims, there are millions of seniors getting ripped off by dishonest Medicare salespeople every single day. That is why I'm proud to partner with Chapter. They're completely opposite of these predators. Chapter actually protects seniors instead of exploiting them. No high-pressure sales tactics, no commission-driven recommendations, just honest guidance from licensed experts who help you find the right Medicare plan for your needs. Here's the difference. Medicare scammers prey on confusion and fear, just like cartels prey on vulnerable people. But Chapter advisors are salary, not commission-based, so they have zero incentive to push expensive plans that you don't need. They take the time to understand your health needs, your budget, your doctors before making any recommendations. If you're 65 or approaching Medicare eligibility or helping parents navigate through this crazy system, don't let Medicare predators take advantage of you. Chapter makes it simple. It's completely free, no hidden fees, no surprise charges. Check them out at askchapter.org/Tyson. Again, that's askchapter.org/Tyson, or call them at 270-467-0614. When criminals are targeting vulnerable people, you need somebody that you can actually trust. Let me show you exactly which cartels were operating in this Charleston nightclub. Here's where the story gets really serious. Among those arrested were members of 2 of the most violent criminal organizations in the world, Tren de Aragua and Los Zetes cartels. For those of you that don't know, Tren de Aragua is a Venezuelan mega gang that's spreading across the United States like like cancer. They're involved in everything from human trafficking, drug smuggling, to violent crimes. Los Zetas, meanwhile, are one of Mexico's most brutal cartels, known for their extreme violence and sophisticated operations.
Deputies identified 2 behind bars as members of the Tren de Aragua and Los Zetas cartels. Another, a Honduran murder suspect. Benjamin Reyes Flores, who owns the Alamo, is booked at Alcam.
But here's where it gets worse. They also arrested a Honduras murder suspect wanted by Interpol. This guy was literally an international fugitive hiding out in a Charleston nightclub. Think about that. We had an international murder suspect just hanging out in South Carolina while our borders were wide open under the Biden administration. The owner of the nightclub, Benjamin Flores, is now sitting in a detention center facing federal charges. This wasn't just some guy who rented out a space to the wrong people. Investigators believe he was actively involved in this criminal operation. But the most disturbing part of the story is what they found inside of the nightclub. 7 people investigators believe are victims of human trafficking and 10 underage kids, including one as young as 13 years old. Let that sink in for a minute. A 13-year-old kid was inside a nightclub at 3 a.m. where cartel members were conducting criminal operations. One of the minors was actually reported missing, meaning this child's family has been looking for them.
Investigators said they found 10 underage patrons inside, the youngest being 13, and 7 possibly trafficked victims.
All this time. Now, how did this happen? One way it happened is when you don't have strong law enforcement, this is what happens.
This is exactly what happens when you have open borders and weak immigration enforcement. Criminal organizations move in, set up shop, and start preying on the most vulnerable people in our society, children and trafficking victims.
Officials also discovered several people they believe are victims of human trafficking in the club, as well as several juveniles, including one who is reported missing.
Governor Henry McMaster didn't mince any words about what caused this type of situation. He said one way it happened is when you don't have strong law enforcement. This is what happens. And when you have illegal immigration, people with criminal backgrounds, people bent on causing trouble that are recognized, some as terrorists, that are allowed to come through a completely open border. This is what you get. During the raid, agents seized firearms, cocaine, fentanyl, and a bulk of currency. They also confiscated 4 vehicles that are likely being used in this criminal operation. This nightclub wasn't just serving overpriced drinks. This was a full-scale criminal enterprise with drugs, weapons, and cash flowing through it. The fact that they had fentanyl on the premise shows these cartels are directly contributing to the overdose crisis killing Americans every single day.
Deputies said they also seized 4 vehicles and recovered an undisclosed amount of cocaine, an unknown suspect, and bulk currency. Those arrested, they say, could face various charges, including assault on a police officer, resisting arrest, possession of a controlled substance, and possession of a firearm.
Some of these criminals actually fought back against law enforcement during the raid, which tells you everything you need to know about their mindset. But here's what's really important. Investigators say that they expect more developments in this case, including additional arrests and charges. This raid was just the beginning. They're going after the entire network. The Hispanic community in Charleston is actually applauding this operation. Enrique Grace of Charleston Hispanic Association made it clear that law-abiding immigrants don't want criminals in their neighborhoods.
The community is applauding what happened because the Hispanic community and the immigrant community doesn't want criminals in their backyard. I mean, that's kind of why they left the country they are to come here. So we applaud what happened. You know, that place has been around for a long time. I guess nobody knew what was going on in there, but we're pretty happy that the bad guys are off the street.
That's exactly right. Legal immigrants come to America to escape the violence and corruption of criminal organizations. They don't want these cartels following them here and terrorizing their communities. But some people are complaining about how these raids are conducted, saying it erodes trust in the community. Are you kidding me? This place was harboring cartel members, trafficking victims, missing children, and people are worried about trust. Trust this operation made the community safer. When you remove cartel members, trafficking victims get rescued, missing children get found, and law-abiding citizens can live their life without fear.
The operation prompting a surge on social media. Charleston's immigration groups saying the way this raid happened, quote, eroded trust.
And yesterday, I mean, the flea market was empty. There was no one there.
America, this is what real immigration enforcement looks like. When you have an administration that's serious about securing our borders and going after criminal organizations, you get results like Operation Last Stand. 2 cartel members off the streets, an international murder suspect in custody, 7 traffic victims rescued, 10 children, including a missing child, found and protected, drugs, weapons, and criminal cash all seized. This is the difference between the Biden administration administration's catch and release policies and Trump's approach of actually enforcing our law. Under Biden, these criminals operated with impunity. Under Trump, they're getting smashed by federal law enforcement. Governor McMaster was absolutely right. This is what happens when you have weak law enforcement and open borders. Criminal organizations move in, set up shop, and start preying on our communities. But when you have strong leadership that's willing to use all the available resources to go after these criminals, you can shut down their operations and rescue their victims. The fact that 14 different agencies work together in this operation shows the level of coordination and commitment we have in fighting these cartels. This wasn't just local police, this was a full federal response. I'll keep you updated as more arrests and charges come out of this investigation. And remember, this is what happens when we have leadership that actually cares about protecting American communities from foreign criminal organizations. Let me know what you guys think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe. And as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
And that's true. Whenever you get a chance, you can go over and subscribe to him. He puts out daily videos, so it's really good. I got one more to show, but before I show another one of his, let's go back to the live where we were watching earlier. I put pause, so we got time to catch up on the live and what's going on in Los Angeles. So with that said, let's go ahead and listen in.
All right, and we appreciate our content partners over at Fox 11 LA as we are following the very latest developments for those anti-ICE protests. Right now, we do want to transition to some breaking news we are following here on Live Now from Fox. Take a good look at your screen. We first broke this story.
Oh, she's free. There she is.
You can see
Greta.
live there at the arrival terminal at a Paris airport. Greta Thunberg has arrived.
Give her more 15 minutes. Give her more time. Look, she loves the cameras. Trust me, she's a camera.
She's about to speak to the media. Let's listen in.
She's all about that.
On international waters, we were illegally attacked and kidnapped by Israel.
Illegally attacked and kidnapped. Listen to her talk. She's a fucking idiot.
Some of us deported, some are still there.
She's an idiot.
Very big uncertainties because it was quite chaotic and uncertain. So I don't really know what's going on. I haven't had a phone for many days. And what were the conditions for you over the last few hours? They were absolutely nothing compared to what people are going through in Palestine, especially Gaza right now. This is yet another international a violation of international rights.
This girl, she thinks, who is she? Everybody's like, who the hell is this girl? She just popped out of nowhere. She's like the Democratic master puppet. She's like, she's young, dumb.
How did the Israelis treat you? We saw them giving out sandwiches on their social media. How did
Yeah, they probably have posted lots of PR stunt videos.
There she goes. Okay, oh, PR stunt, like you did, right? No, talking about PR stunt.
And against our will, bringing us to Israel, keeping us in the bottom of the
She's a horrible person.
So on. But that is not the real story here. The real story is that there's a genocide.
You see how she's trying to change the narrative, and she's trying to create the narrative. This is one seasoned puppet. He's not real. He's just a shield. That's all she is. She's a talking piece.
Like this mission, both by sea and land, to break that siege and open up a humanitarian corridor.
Could I ask you, did you said you had no contact at all with any of your other colleagues from the boat when you were detained? Is that what you said?
No, that's not what I said. I was just mainly speaking if I don't really know what's going on.
You don't know what's going on with the others?
Are you worried about the...
Oh, she's talking shit. Now she's changing the story. Look at that. She just did it live. And the reporter caught her. And now she's changing the story.
Different messages.
Oh, man. She's so fucking fake.
Towards that they would not make it easy.
Little girl's fake as hell.
And there were troubles with being able to see lawyers.
You see, she's talking shit.
For their immediate release and calling for
she's talking mad shit.
To mobilize to their governments and other ways to demand their immediate release, and of course to demand not only
oh, now she's demanding. Where is she to demand?
ceasefire, but most importantly, an end to the occupation
Who
and
is
an
she to
end to the
demand?
systemic oppression and violence that Palestinians are facing on an everyday basis.
Are you disappointed you didn't manage to break the blockade?
Can't stand this little girl.
I don't know if disappointed is the right word. This is a continued violation of international law and war crimes that Israel are systematically committing against Palestinians by not
Good morning, Aldi.
letting them in, by starving people and mass slaughtering in every possible way during a live stream full-blown genocide that the world is watching.
How do you feel about the European governments and their position and what they're doing and not doing?
Yeah, both in our case, their silence was complicity with Israel's illegal actions, but most importantly, their complicity in the genocide that's going on now by sending aid, by sending military and financial support to Israel. They are also part of the killings of Palestinians.
There's a conference coming up at the UN. France is thinking of recognizing the state of Palestine. How do you feel about that?
It's the very, very bare minimum. Of course, welcome, but we need so much more than that. When there's even a risk of genocide happening, we have a duty to prevent that from happening. And right now we are so far gone beyond that stage. It is.
This girl's fake.
There are no words.
I think she's a clone. To be honest with you, I think this little girl is a clone. She's not real. She's manufactured.
Can you tell us?
She's manufactured.
You chose to leave Israel straight away. We've been told that
You could
people
just
were forced to
tell.
sign papers in
Look
which
at her
they
eyes. Look at her
recognized
face.
the country
Look at her
legally.
expression.
Did that happen for you?
I did not recognize that I entered the country legally. I made it very clear in my testimony that we were kidnapped on international waters and brought there against our own will into Israel.
What did Israeli authorities say to you? What did Israeli authorities say were the reasons for your detention and arrest?
Many different things.
You didn't even want to answer that question. That's crazy.
What depends on what you're referring to.
There were talks about some colleagues that had to sign papers to
I don't even know why they're giving this person attention.
This was a mission.
You can tell she just wants attention. That's all it is. It's about attention.
The coalition has been continuously sending boats aiming to break the siege and open up a humanitarian corridor since 2008. And this was one of those missions. And right now, more important than ever, because of the siege and because of the systematic starvation of over 2 million people and the full-blown live stream genocide. This was a mission of attempting to once again bring aid to Gaza, which is desperately needed. But
she's
also
not bringing aid. She was bringing cameras.
That we see you, we see
She's
what
full
is
of
happening,
shit.
and
She was bringing cameras.
Just witnessing all this and doing nothing.
So
that can never be an option. I'm terrified at seeing how this extremely deadly passivity and silence.
They don't. She don't understand. Israel saved her life.
The world,
There's still
so many deaths.
Like people, very dangerous people in Gaza, and her stupid ass wants to get captured and used as a pawn. Like she's so stupid.
Well, that is very ironic coming from them, since you just described them doing the PR stunt of them handing out sandwiches or whatever. But this is our last boat that we were attempting to go on this mission with a month ago. Was a much larger boat, which of course could fill much more aid. That was bombed twice, and all the evidence strongly points towards Israel. So we made this trip with a smaller boat and a smaller crew because that's all that we had. Because they bombed the last boat. And as I said, this is about bringing as much humanitarian aid as we possibly could.
You're bringing nothing. What aid?
While also sending a message of solidarity and hope. Telling Palestinians that we stand behind you in this struggle.
See the gaslighting, the bullshit?
We are joining the global
I don't understand how people could still listen to this girl.
Demanding an end to the oppression and
she's just picking up air. That's what she's doing.
The metaphor. So
Yo, Miss
that's-
Clone, go back to your chamber. You're a clone. You're not a real person.
As I said, the other boat was bombed.
You're an empty vessel.
Greta, what are you planning to do in days and weeks to come?
You
As you
only
can see,
care
I'm
about
just in the
yourself,
shower.
and always
Sleep.
cared about only yourself. You don't care
but,
about the world.
what
What
is certain
what
is that
supplies you were
we
taking in that little ass
will not
boat?
stop. We are going to
Your
continue to do
cameras?
everything we can because
Your voice?
That is the promise that we have given to.
You lucky that
Palestinians,
they
we are going to
stopped
try
you,
every
because if they would have
single-
let you go to Gaza, you probably would have been
every
dead.
single day,
You probably
in
end
every
up
way
dead.
We can keep trying to demand an end to the atrocities that Israel is doing.
It's rainy outside.
Break the blockade in some way again by boat or another method?
There will be a march to Gaza happening in the coming week, I think, of people trying to come to the Rafah border, which is yet another attempt to break the siege. So this is definitely not the end. This is going to continue, of course.
Do you have some news of the other persons who were on the boat?
I don't, which is very worrying, because people were not being treated well. I was not able to say goodbye to people.
He's just
I
a
don't know what's
weirdo.
happening, and there were many.
He's just talking shit. He's just talking
They're
shit.
not treated well, what do you mean?
Well,
She's trying to make it so dramatic and so like, oh my god, it was so horrible. No, it wasn't, honey. They do actually far better than would have treated any regular person than going through doing the same thing.
Was there any violence?
Like,
Were you detained? How? Where?
it's making me
I
sick.
prefer not to go into details about that. We arrived there, we were detained, and then we were.
He's a super gaslighter.
You know, I don't know if you know, but Donald Trump commented about you being sorte dog. He said, you know, you're an angry young woman who needs anger management. What would you respond? How do you feel?
What did he say? I have no connection to anything. So I don't know.
She's
Basically
bullshit.
said
She
that-
had her cell
he said-
phones that
he
were
said-
recording.
it's been said about Israel.
See, I already caught her in the lie right
You know,
there.
that this is
She's
not,
trying to say that she didn't have nothing or nothing. Yeah, she had your cell phone.
And they said, you know,
They actually said that was a cell phone
a young
party.
angry woman, she
And
needs
that was
anger
like,
management session.
all they were doing was
I
vlogging.
think the world needs a lot of more
The whole
young,
time
angry
they were
women,
vlogging what
to
they
be
were
honest.
doing.
Especially with everything.
She's a
going on
liar.
now. That's the thing we need
She's
most
a
of.
liar.
And you set out, what did you gauge your success rate to be?
Sorry?
Was it a success? Do you feel
You
this was
set
a
out, what did you gauge your
Look how
success
she's looking
would
for
be
the
to achieve
questions.
what you wanted to achieve?
Stupid.
We were very well aware of the risks of going on this mission, and as I said before, there has been many previous flotillas on similar
Lord.
missions that have been either attacked, intercepted, or actually reaching Gaza.
This girl is horrible.
So, of course, the aim was to get to Gaza and to be able to distribute the humanitarian aid.
The aid? What aid
we
are
were
you gonna
12
feed? You know how many
volunteers,
people
sailing on a
are
Swedish
hungry?
ship carrying
Are you taking a whole
humanitarian aid on international
flotilla?
waters.
Are you
We
taking
did
a
not break
warship
laws, we
over
did
there
nothing
to
wrong.
distribute all this aid?
And,
Because the last time I checked, you were on a small little boat, like you were saying. So what aid were you taking?
The point is that whatever
She's
the
just
odds
full of
are, we
shit,
have
man.
to keep trying.
Yo, why they keep
because
giving her
right now, when you
attention?
look
Why
at the
they?
state of the
This
world,
is
everything
all democratic
feels
shit,
meaningless,
man.
But unless you try to
She's
do
a
everything you
big
can,
ass puppet for the
that's
Democrats.
when we lose our hope, no?
She's a democratic little world monger puppet. That's all she is.
That's a bit unclear. I and some others.
She is
signed
trained
saying that we
to
wanted
talk like
to go back
this.
as soon as we could.
She is
Not
manufactured.
accepting
She is
that
not real.
We entered the
I
country
guarantee she's
illegally.
probably not even human.
And some
She's a
people did not sign
humanoid.
that.
She looks like
We
it.
were
She
held in
talks, but
also
I think she's
places
manufactured
for
in a
many,
lab.
many amounts of time.
She has to be
So
manufactured
it's a
in
bit
a lab.
unclear. And as I said, I haven't had contact. I wasn't able to
We call
talk to
these
say
people
goodbye.
right here test tube babies.
But I do know that there were
That
major
she's a
issues
test
with
tube baby.
people actually getting to talk to lawyers.
That's my like assumption. That's my thought. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, allegedly, I feel like she's a test tube baby.
Why would I want to stay in Israeli prison like more than necessary?
Why do you think so many countries, governments around the world are just ignoring what is happening in Gaza?
Because of racism. That's the simple answer, I would say. Racism and basically desperately trying to defend a destructive, deadly system that systematically puts short-term economic profit and to maximize geopolitical power over the well-being of humans and the planet. And right now it's very, very difficult to morally defend that. It is impossible, but still they are desperately trying, which is... Absurd is not the word, but there are no words to describe it.
How she's laughing. Look at how she's laughing and she's doing all the questions. She's going down the line.
Ja, det som hände var att vi seglade med humanitär nödhjälp på internationellt vatten.
She's saying in her language. So this fast forward is because she's just full of shit. I want to get back to what's going on. Israel and the bottom of this are being held. So this is the Israeli prison where the Gaza aid ship activist was on the right shit. Oh, look at the cat! I saw a cat. I love cats. I got 2 cats. Oh, that was the best part of the video. Not this dirty rat. That beautiful cat that crossed over here. That was pretty cool. Alright, let's fast forward this because she's making me like... I wonder who she's gonna hug. Hold on. I saw someone hugging. Who are these people? Look, like, this is what she loves. She loves the attention. She loves the cameras on her. She thinks she feels important, like she's somebody super important. She's not. She's not important. She's just a person that is just manufactured. And she's running and she's happy and she's smiling, right? After she said all these horrible things about Israel, right? She has the nerve to be running and smiling like, oh, I got the attention. Yes, I need all the attention.
While we wait to see if
look
we
how
get
she looks back.
A stable shot,
Oh,
some
come
background
on, man.
this entire scenario that you're seeing
Look
play
how
out
she
here.
stops and then
Speaking
she has
upon
to
her
turn
arrival,
around.
Thunberg called
Oh,
for the
wait,
release
hold
of
on.
other activists who were still detained aboard the
Like-
Freedom Flotilla. She described it, quote, quite chaotic and uncertain situation during her detention there.
She's
and she said the
stupid.
conditions they faced are
She's
absolutely
stupid.
nothing compared, though, to what are going through in Palestine and especially in
She's
Gaza
stupid.
right now.
She's
Israel
stupid.
deported the activist
That's
on
how she likes.
Tuesday,
Look,
the
you see,
country's
she's
foreign
waving.
minister said. A day
It's
after
all about the
Gaza-bound ship
attention.
she
She's
was
the
on was seized
attention.
by Israeli
I'm not gonna say
military.
the H word,
Thunberg
but
left on a flight to France and was
Yeah.
then headed to her home country of Sweden, according again to the foreign minister of Israel.
She's just
through
weird.
A post on X. Now, Thunberg was one of 12 passengers on the Mandalene. That's a ship carrying aid to Gaza. That
12
was meant to protest
passengers and a
Israel's
little
ongoing
boat.
war there and shed light
12
on humanitarian
passengers.
crisis in the Palestinian territory.
Who the fuck was she gonna
according to the
feed?
Freedom Flotilla Coalition, the group
Who
behind
she
the
was gonna
journey.
feed?
It seems that she is on the phone there. I'm not sure if they're possibly asking her
What
some
aid
more
were you
questions. Again, let's bring up the
taking
audio
to Gaza
and
that you were
continue to
gonna like supply all the aid to them to help them? Nothing. This is the biggest like gaslighter right here. He's manufactured. She is just the most horriblest person you could ever think of. All she loves is the attention. Who hangs around the airport and just stand around?
All right,
Like,
it doesn't
I
seem that
get
she
in
is,
and I get out.
Getting more time to speak to reporters there. Just
Like, she's
a
trying
bit
to
more
make another
context
little
here.
press
The Israeli
conference
Labor
and speak
Forces
more
did
to the
seize the boat
reporters.
without incident early on
This is
Monday.
crazy,
about
man.
200 kilometers or
How the hell did
125
they give this
miles off
girl
of Gaza's coast,
all this attention?
according to the coalition, along with rights groups.
All right, let's
to
fast
several
forward.
reports that we have from on the ground. And that came one day after
All right,
clouds
let's see.
blocked a
I
major
guess
freeway
we'll
and set
come back. Let
self-driving
me.
cars on fire as police responded with tear gas.
Okay,
For
let's
some of
move
these
forward.
other live events to get underway, I want to take you out live to this, the look that we're just getting into our newsroom. Take a look. Another SpaceX Falcon Falcon 9 launch
Oh, look,
there,
another
set
SpaceX
to
went up.
launch several Starlink satellites into orbit.
Oh, more
Let's just stay on
radioactive
this for a brief moment.
Starlinks where throw signals at us throughout every single day, which I think that's polluting our frequencies in the air. I never trusted this company, never will. I don't care for it. It's crazy. But Elon wants to fight with Trump. He wants to make enemies. I think Elon is just his medication. I think he was on some kind of trippy wrong medication. They probably gave him some kind of generic instead of like the real stuff. And homie just got like super wild, man, acting weird. People like that, I've dealt with before, and they have been always on drugs. So I know because I dealt with people like this. Not the richest man in the world. I never dealt with that type of person because I wouldn't want that headache. But I known people that are like bipolar, and they have they're good one day and the next day they just like they get super crazy, and it's like, what the fuck, like what switch flipped, like who are you today, you know? And how I know this, I have family members that are like that. They're very bipolarish. um but that's a view of the SpaceX. And they took off from Cape Canaveral, Florida. Let's go to this. I guess they're gonna talk some about the LA riots that's going on, the craziness that's going on in LA. This is gonna finish up pretty soon.
So we're just watching here a bit of the aftermath of the actual launch that just happened a few minutes ago. They're out of Cape Canaveral, Florida. This is a SpaceX targeting that launch this Tuesday, Falcon 9, of 23 Starlink satellites, including 13 with direct-to-cell capabilities. This goes to low orbit from the Space Launch Complex at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. Liftoff there was targeted at 9:05 in the morning, and it did take off right on time. So we had just missed it by a little bit, but these are always very impressive images. So we just wanted to share them for you here at Live Now from Fox. Let's turn back to some more of these developing stories, and the major headline, of course, continuing to come out of California. Take a look at this here on your screen. We have a post from a Fox 11 reporter, Matthew Seedorf, saying, breaking, federal sources tell me the, quote, rock thrower from Saturday's violent clash in Paramount, California has been identified as
Whoa,
Reyna.
they identified
The FBI
him.
believes Reyna is the man seen on video hurling rocks at Border Patrol agents. There's a $50,000 reward.
Whoa, 50,000? Wait, what's his name?
Get cut off a little bit
Man, I wish he was near me. I would have gone after his
Matthew
ass.
is referencing to here. He did break this story for our team.
Yo, 50,000?
Fox 11. So take a look here in case you have not
There he
seen
is.
it
Look.
yet.
Boom.
These are
He's
just
the one that
some
threw
of the
that rock.
videos that we have been showcasing for you, and that is
That's
the
him.
suspect that right now I do believe police are still looking for.
Look.
Authorities
Boom.
They're identifying that man. Now on Saturday, Border Patrol had a staging area
He is,
in
look, boom,
Paramount,
boom,
California,
throwing
when they were
rocks.
confronted by protesters. Agitators then started throwing glass bottles and chunks of cement toward authorities, who fired back with tear
Look,
gas and rubber
boom.
bullets. Video there obtained by Fox shows
Boom.
Border Patrol agents sleeping.
Every single one is a charge. You know that?
Their vehicle
Boom.
was hit by numerous
That's another
rocks.
guy.
The FBI used social media videos and a Fox 11 News report to
Look.
identify that rock
Boom.
thrower. According to
Boom.
officials,
There's another charge. Other charges. Those are charges. Each one of those are super charged.
Additional arrest They had said this: we have a mission here in Los Angeles. We won't be deterred from that mission, whether it's arresting illegal aliens or protecting
Look at
federal
this
facilities.
crazy man.
We are going to do that.
That's peaceful.
If anyone thinks
Look,
this guy
this
or
is
any
the
other
guy
thug
they're
out
looking
there
for.
is going to stop us from doing our job, they've got to think again. Again, that is law enforcement down there in Los Angeles. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for any information leading to that suspect's arrest.
50,000. That's
We're
a
gonna continue to follow the story
payday. I tell you right
and
now.
bring you all those latest details.
That's a
Let's
year's
head out to this
salary.
live event, heading over to Washington, D.C., as we are seeing lawmakers here discuss
And I believe that's tax
President
free.
Trump and his approach to handling these protests.
Oh, the
Let's listen
Democrats.
in.
Here comes the Democrats.
Power grab. Trump created this
Because
political distraction to
There
divide
we
us
go.
and keep our focus away from his policies that are wreaking havoc on our economy and hurting working families. He's
Trump.
not keeping us safe. He's not
Blame
restoring
Trump.
order. He's
Blame Trump.
ratcheting up the tension,
All
wishing
you know
for
how
it
to
to
do
reach
is
a
blame
boiling
Trump.
point.
Blame
And we all knew
Trump.
that this day
Blame
was,
Trump.
would come. It was just a
All
matter
the
of time.
Democrats know how to do
And
is
this isn't
blame
leadership.
Trump.
It's a deliberate attempt by Trump to incite unrest, test the limits of executive power, and distract from the lawlessness of his administration.
He don't know what he's talking
Some say
about.
the protests
They
are
gave
too
him that to
chaotic,
talk. He's talking
but
from
as
a
we
paper.
have
He's reading from a
heard
paper.
time and
He's
again
not
from the
looking
governor
straight at
and
the
local
camera.
officials,
He's looking at a
state
piece of
and local
paper.
law enforcement can
This is
handle it.
written to him
But
to
let me
say.
be clear. Anyone who acts violently, attacks a law enforcement officer,
Someone wrote this for
or
him to say.
anyone should be held accountable.
Who
Full
wrote
stop.
that?
What's
It was not
happening in
him.
Los Angeles is that most people are peacefully exercising their rights. Like my
How
friend
come
and
you keep
union
looking
leader
down,
Jim
sir?
Huerta, who
How
was
come you
tased,
can't speak
injured,
from
and
the
arrested.
mind and you're
And
reading
let's
from a
not forget,
paper?
Donald Trump
Okay?
is the same man who
Look,
incited the
listen to
January
this.
6th insurrection that led to the death of 5 Capitol police officers. So
This is such
we
bullshit.
are at a dangerous inflection point in our country. In a democracy, civil disobedience isn't met with military force.
What idiot.
But that's exactly what Trump is doing. He's inciting a situation that could get worse
What
if
an
people
idiot.
do not bring down the tension. And the way he can bring down the tension is by withdrawing
How about
National
the
Guard
mayor of
and the
LA
US
bringing down the
military.
tension
We know
and
that
and
these
Gavin
are
Newsom
unprecedented
could bring down
times,
the temperature
but when
and tell
everybody
people to go home
believed,
and
everybody knew,
stop protesting and
individuals
stop
that I've spoke to
causing
that
chaos on the
were
streets.
in
They have not
the
said
Department of
stop.
Defense
Not once
said
since
that
I
this was the
watched.
day that they were all dreading.
This guy is
Then
so
we
full
have
of
a bigger
shit. All
problem.
these people back
And
here
if it can
are
happen
like
in Los Angeles,
super
it can
mean
happen
and super
in
weird.
any state in the union. With that, I'm going to pass it on to the next speaker, somebody who went to visit the detention facility, but also was a 911 dispatcher in Los
Oh,
Angeles
wow.
during the
Well.
1992 riots. And she can also help kind of give you a taste of what it was really like.
Oh,
when
now they're
something is
gonna
out of
bring up the
control. With that,
92
Norma Torres from
and,
Pomona,
and all
California.
the craziness the Democrats went through in
Thank
92.
you,
Oh, Lord.
Jimmy,
Here we go.
and good morning, everyone. Since Friday, ICE has indiscriminately been conducting violent raids in California and illegally detaining people without warrants. As
She sounds so
reports came
stupid.
out of the Roybal Federal Building, my colleagues, Representative Jimmy Gomez, Lou Correa, Luz Rivas, and I were illegally denied entry to inspect conditions and to receive a briefing as to the violent encounter that had occurred the night before. The conditions that we have been told that these migrants are being held under are nothing more than inhumane. President Trump's administration is escalating its anti-immigrant agenda in dangerous and unacceptable ways, from calls to mass deportations to the revival of family separation tactics, deploying the military on our streets. These conditions threaten the very fabric of our community. DHS and ICE are emboldened by this administration. They are operating outside of constitutional bounds They are denying congressional oversight, using chemical agents against members of Congress,
She
our
sounds so
staff,
stupid.
and targeting Latino neighborhoods with impunity.
Listen to this
This
shit.
is no longer about immigration policy.
Listen
It
to
is
this shit.
about human dignity.
Now they want to
and
change
the
it.
rule
Now they
of
say
law.
human
We
dignity.
are witnessing
So we
ICE
cannot remove
ignoring
any
federal
illegal
laws
immigrants
designed to
here.
protect
So
families.
the illegal
We are
aliens
also
are
seeing
safe
people
here,
going
right?
missing, families being torn apart, and even
This is
American
bullshit, man.
citizens
This is
being
bullshit.
wrongfully detained, caught up in the racial profiling. I demand accountability from DHS and Trump's political appointees for their blatant violations and obstruction of Congress.
Stupid. These people
And
are so
I do
dumb.
not condone violence either. And I believe that our local elected officials and the local law enforcement agencies are more than capable of holding down the line.
So
and
is this
bringing
the
back
United States of America?
peace.
I don't think this is
Bringing
the
the
United
National
States of
Guard
America if
and the
you're talking like
Marines
this. This is
only
not united.
escalates
This is very
tensions,
divided.
turning our neighborhoods into battlegrounds and militarizing our streets is not the answer. It's not the answer for California, and it's not the answer for any other state or municipality across the country. As a former 911 dispatcher, I have served this city for 17 and a half years.
She's a
I have heard
gaslighter.
some
Here
of the
goes another
worst
gaslighter.
things unfold in my ears. And yes, I worked through the civil unrest.
Do you guys want to continue hearing this lady?
and
Because I
also,
really don't. I want to get
I
to the meat
worked
and greedy.
through
I don't care what the
when
Democrats
the
say.
courts
They try to
finally,
like blame
gave
and bash Trump, and
a
I don't got time for this
result
shit.
on
So let's see if we can fast
whether
forward this a little bit. Let's fast forward. I don't want to hear
We're
that
going to pivot
bitch.
over to Capitol Hill right now, where we are seeing Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth testifying there before a House subcommittee. But I do want to remind you all that here on the bottom left-hand figure, so there is a code if you do want to follow along with the latest updates from the federal trial against
What I can do is I
Combs. You
can bring
just
up some
scan
more
it,
news.
and it'll take you to that
This
stream
news is
on our
just.
YouTube page. Let's head over to Capitol
Give me
Hill
a
and listen in
second.
to Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth testifying.
Remember the men and women who wear the uniform. Far too long, we heard from too many junior enlisted service members who are struggling with basic needs. These men and women, the backbone of our armed forces, they perform the tough and often dangerous work that keeps our country safe. I was proud to help secure a 10% raise for our junior enlisted service members on top of the 4.5% raise that all service members received last year. It's critical that we continue to provide support for all those who fight in defense of our great nation. We ask a lot of our military, and the strategic landscape is more complex than ever. I look forward to a frank discussion on how we are matching resources, priorities, and honoring our commitments to both readiness and to our people. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member, Ms. McCollum, for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank all of you for appearing here today. And I'd like to thank all the men and women who serve in our military, both wearing the uniform and as civilians. As I say often, national security is holistic and not just defense spending. Do Americans have the health care that they need? Are we providing good nutrition to our kids so that they can eventually grow up strong and serve in our armed forces? Cuts to Medicaid and SNAP and the reconciliation bill put the whole of our society at risk, and I believe that this weakens our national security. Also, billionaires can have their tax breaks. It's also irresponsible for us to assume that you can fund the defense programs through an unstable reconciliation process. That's why it's never happened before in our nation's history. What else has never happened before was the Departments of Defense operating under a full-year continuing resolution. The CR was endorsed by President Trump, OMB Director Voigt, and you, Mr. Secretary. After enactment of the CR, the department had 45 days to submit a spend plan to Congress. In many cases, it ignored congressional intent. OMB has an obligation to get money to the services so that contracts can be executed in a timely fashion. But every defense company, from the smallest startup to the largest prime, has told me it is going too slow. Time and taxpayers' dollars are being wasted. Our national security is being put at risk because of the lag time. CRs are simply wasteful. But the point of this hearing is the President's fiscal 2026 budget request, and we don't have it. It was due in February. Today is June 10th. 4 months from now is the end of the fiscal year, and all we have is a very rough draft. The DoD has failed to submit a complete request. So today we are forced to mark up at a rushed and, for me, an incomplete Defense Appropriations Act. I don't blame Chairman Cole or Chairman Calvert. The fault is squarely on the administration. But just like the CR, this has national security ramifications. We do not have the critical information, the granular details on the DoD programs that we need to make in order to be effective and efficient with our decisions. The President proposes, Congress disposes, and that's how our government works. How can I work with this administration in good faith when we don't have a full blueprint of the President's priorities? For example, Golden Dome at this point is merely a concept. It's not a plan. None of us have been briefed yet on how you intend to spend $175 billion or deliver this program in 3 short years. We do not know if priorities like Golden Dome, if they do not survive the reconciliation process, what will the department do? You can't come back to this committee and ask us to fill those gaps. Defense spending should never have been included in reconciliation. Mr. Secretary, it's still incumbent upon you to provide us with the real budget request. That's the only way to finish a full-year bill that will address DoD's complex issues like delays to the Virginia and Columbia-class submarine programs, the skyrocketing cost of the Sentinel program, ensuring...
Okay, I'm already done listening to this bitch talking to. It's like she's giving me a headache. We could go to other things here. I just got to set it up real quick. We could do a couple of stories here. Yeah, I got a couple of ones that we could watch. Let me just set it up. Let me just set it up for us. Okay, no, we gotta make it. Let's check out this story here. The media is downplaying this former LA sheriff. So let's take a look here.
All right, buck up. Fox News alert. The Trump administration sent in additional forces to restore order to Los Angeles as anti-ICE riots enter into the 5th day.
So let's get right to Jonathan Hunt. He's live on the ground in L.A. Hey, Jonathan.
Ainsley Lawrence Brown, good morning to all of you. I have to say that 24 hours ago, we joined you from this precise location outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. Very different scene then that it is now. There is a much more relaxed security posture here today. You can see a handful of National Guard outside the detention center behind me. But yesterday at this time, the entire street was blocked off. A phalanx of National Guard troops were right across this street. It is certainly a different atmosphere in LA this morning, and that might be a sign that authorities believe they are getting a grip on these protests. Of course, that is not to say there was not violence yesterday. Thousands of protesters were once again on the streets of downtown LA, but the LAPD operation, along with the Sheriff's
breaking
Department
the
and the
curve
California Highway
to get
Patrol,
rocked.
seemed a lot more efficient yesterday. They broke the protesters into various groups. They continually pushed them back using tear gas rounds, using
who thinks of
flashbangs,
this? Who
using in
does this?
some cases rubber bullets.
That's
In
crazy.
the meantime, as you mentioned, President Trump has ordered Marines now to come to LA. We understand that 700 Marines left their base at 29 Palms, that is out towards the Palm Springs area, east of LA yesterday. We believe that they staged overnight at Naval Station Seal Beach and that they should be deployed on the streets of LA at some point later today. California Governor Gavin Newsom said of that deployment, quote, "The Secretary of Defense is illegally deploying them onto American streets so Trump can have a talking point at his parade this weekend. It's a blatant abuse of power. we will sue to stop this. Nonetheless, President Trump and others will say that their
He loves
deployment of the
seeing his
National
city
Guard
burn.
on
You know what I
Sunday
mean?
clearly made a difference, that
Look at
those
this.
Sunday clashes were
I hope they
much
catch
more
this guy.
violent than they were on
This guy's a
Monday, and they
Mexican.
will argue that is
They
because,
need to
in
catch
part,
him.
they are surging forces here. In the meantime, the
He
search
started
to
some of these
round
car
up some of those
fires.
involved in the violence goes on. Elpidio Reyna was a 40-year-old man who was seen throwing rocks and bricks at law enforcement officers. Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, announced on Hannity last night that they have formally identified him. Here's the Attorney General.
That guy has just been identified, and they are doing a search warrant on his house as we speak. So you can run, you can't hide. We are coming after you federally. If you assault a police officer, if you rob a store, if you loot, if you spit on a police officer, we're coming after you.
Now, as we understand it, Reyna is still a fugitive at this point. He is a wanted man, $50,000 being offered as a reward for information
FBI.
that leads to his arrest. But clearly, a couple of messages from the
general.
administration. One,
Like,
as
he
Pam
just
Bondi
didn't
was
assault
just saying,
one.
the Attorney
He
General,
assaulted a
they
lot of
will
people.
find anybody involved in
That video
violent
is to be
incidents
used
over the
to
last
charge him
4
for
days
stuff.
here in LA. And two, the bigger message is that whatever force that the Trump administration deems necessary to restore order here in LA will be used. Lawrence Bryan, Ainsley?
So, Jonathan, a quick question for you. The local cops, I'm not seeing many arrests, and I'm seeing illegal activity happening. Now, I've seen some of the feds rushing in and grabbing people and taking them into custody. Do you know from your sources why they aren't arresting some of these individuals?
You haven't seen the arrests in the hundreds, Lawrence, but the LAPD has been arresting people. They've been out with zip ties throughout the day, Sunday and again yesterday. So arrests are being made by everybody involved in this. And I have to say that there were certainly questions, legitimate questions about the response of the LAPD on Friday night. They did seem to me, as I watched it all unfold, to be very slow in moving. But since then, they have been heavily involved in policing the streets, and it appeared to me that all of the agencies, the LAPD, the LASD, California Highway Patrol, the National Guard, and federal officers from Homeland Security, all working very well together yesterday. The operation, I have to say, as it unfolded last night, of splintering these groups, forcing them backwards, making the arrests when necessary, seemed to be a very efficient one yesterday. And certainly arrests were being made, Lawrence.
Jonathan, what about the opposition? We hear it's three predominantly groups: the Coalition for Humane Immigration Rights, supported by the state, the government, and the Chinese government, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and the Service Employees International Union. Have you seen them handing out face shields? Have you seen them handing out rocks and things like that? Some of them are wearing all black. Some organization there?
There's certainly some organization. And let's be frank, in any major protest, there is always a level of organization. There are always groups that get involved in that. And yes, masks are being handed out, water is being handed out. So there is organization on that level, as you would expect. And these are groups that we
you
have
fell
seen
down. You
before
busted your
getting
ass.
involved in other protests here. You'll recall the LAPD
That's
chief,
fucked up,
Jim
man.
McDonnell, saying on Sunday that while there are people involved in these protests who
That's
have
crazy,
the
man.
cause of immigration in their heart and soul, they are not the ones, in his view, causing the violence. What Jim McDonnell
people
said
getting into cars
is that
and
they
taking
are
off.
agitators, they are anarchists, as he put it, and he said you could use a lot of other words for them, who come in.
Man,
They've
that's
seen them in the
crazy,
George
man.
Floyd protests. They've seen them in the anti-Wall Street protests. The
See,
same
and these
people
are, I
keep
guarantee
coming back
you,
because in the view of Jim
they're
McDonnell,
black.
they just want to cause
It's a
trouble.
lot of black people.
And they're getting paid.
Opportunistic.
Thanks so much, Jonathan.
Thank you, Jonathan. Well, you have
Buy,
Cory Booker and Maxine Waters and Keem
break
Jeffries.
into
They're all
stores.
saying these are peaceful protests. If you
How is
watched
that
our
peaceful, and
network
how
last
is
night, you
that
saw they were
related
not.
to what's going on?
These rioters were throwing
It doesn't
frozen
make any
water
sense
bottles
to
at
me, man.
police. They
Help
were
me make
waving
it make
Mexican
sense.
flags, burning American flags. They were handing out earplugs and gas masks, throwing Molotov cocktails. They hid
That's
baseball bats in the
crazy.
bushes. They lobbed fireworks and sticks at police. And I did see people being arrested. Lawrence, on my drive into work, I was on on social media, just reading some of the articles. Lots of people were being arrested. There was one lady that punched a cop, and they put her on the ground. They arrested her. And I read that since Friday, there have been 60 plus people arrested.
The problem is when they say the peaceful protesters, it's all organized in the sense of you got the people that throw stuff at the cops, and then the people that aren't throwing things, they use themselves as a shield, and they hide themselves behind those people. So you got to break it all up. I just worry about the whole situation. Anyway, we got to move on.
All right, it's 9 minutes after the top of the hour. As rioters attack law enforcement and destroy property, California's Governor Gavin Newsom getting into a heated back and forth with President Trump.
Maddie Rivera joins us with the details from the White House with the growing feud. Good morning.
Good morning, Lawrence, Ainsley, and Brian. California Governor Gavin Newsom is already promising more legal action against the Trump administration, this time over the deployment of those 700 Marines. Remember, he's already suing the Trump administration over the deployment of the National Guard. The president, meantime, has called Newsom incompetent and is responding to the governor's allegation that he wants a civil war.
What do you make of the fact that he says you want a civil war on the streets of America?
No, that's just the opposite. I don't want a civil war. A civil war would happen if you left it to people like him.
So the president says he does not want a civil war, but the war of words between him and Newsom shows no signs of stopping at this point. Here he is backing Newsom's arrest after the governor dared border czar Tom Homan to do so.
Then the reporter asked me, well, could Governor Newsom or Mayor Bass be arrested? I said, well, no one's above the law. If they cross the line and commit a crime, absolutely they can.
Gavin Newsom, he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing. He's done a terrible job. Look, I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent.
Newsom saying on X, the president of the United States just called for the arrest of a sitting governor. This is a day I hoped I would never see in America. I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. This is a line we cannot cross as a nation. This is an unmistakable step toward authoritarianism. Also happening today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is appearing on Capitol Hill to testify about the Pentagon's budget.
So stupid.
We'll likely get questions about other issues like the deployment of those Marines and Signalgate. That hearing is supposed to kick off at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time today. Lawrence, Ainsley, and Brian.
Thanks, Maddie. Yeah, they have $1 trillion budget to discuss, but let's talk about Signalgate from 2 months ago. Just real quick, some of the quotes that are coming out of these rioters, quote, "We need to take down this empire once and for all," was heard out there. Also, it's important to point out most of the businesses that have been damaged are Hispanic businesses, and the ones that have been looted, like T-Mobile, as well as Foot Locker, Hispanic businesses. I mean, These are the owners there. So what the hell are you doing? Working class areas, defiling federal buildings, and looting when you can. I mean, just think about this. Who's going to pick up the bill for this?
So you had that great interview with Homan yesterday, Lawrence, and you were asking him about, are y'all going to arrest Gavin Newsom? He said, we haven't even talked about that. You know, the president just was on the lawn, but they asked him yesterday, a reporter said, what crime has Gavin Newsom committed? And he said, I think his primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job.
Well, he's trying to use this as a spearhead to run for president now. Now, remember, just a month ago, he decided he wanted to be a moderate. And he was doing all these podcasts with conservatives. Now he's going right back to his roots, switching, turning the page. But someone has to explain this to me. If y'all have declared these unlawful assemblies, why are all these people still on the street?
Exactly.
Well, why have it there? Why have it there then? Don't implement a law and say, hey, it's an unlawful assembly, and then just allow the people to continue the roam. So yes, arrest the violent people, but it's unlawful right now.
Tom Homan's point with Mayor Bass and with Governor Gavin Newsom and the president's is if you tip off where two people about ICE raids that's happening with local officials, then you are committing a crime. And I think it's terrible that LAPD is not helping with the ICE raids. They go out and made a speech, had a press conference. I just want to tell you, everybody, we are not reporting you to ICE. We're not cooperating with ICE. I mean, you think about that. How are you
because they think they're their own little country within the United States. That's what it is. They think they're their own little country within the United States, that they're
Fox
not
News
part of
alert:
the
U.S.
United
Marines
States.
being deployed to L.A. as violent anti-ICE protesters show no signs of letting up, setting cars on fire while throwing rocks and fireworks at police. Our next guest says this is what happens when you defund law enforcement. Former L.A. County Sheriff Alex Villanueva joins us now. Sheriff, thanks so much for joining the program.
You got it.
So, Sheriff, I've been watching this all play out. They've defunded the police a long time ago. You got a shortage there when it comes to the cops, not only in L.A. County, but also L.A. at large. How's the response been so far?
Well, it's been decidedly underwhelming and late. Had the local law enforcement, be it the sheriff's department and the police department, LAPD, gone to the aid of the ICE agents when they were under attack initially back on Thursday and Friday, there would have been a very different outcome today in terms of the National Guard. Both agencies are down massively. They don't have the normal mobile field forces they can have readily available to address these issues. So the introduction of the National Guard via the president was actually welcome, because now that frees up local law enforcement not to have to surround and guard, for example, the Metropolitan Detention Center. But as you can see, it's too little, too late, and they let the problem get out of hand. And now they're trying to play catch up with this. And this is a lesson they failed to learn from 1992.
So, Sheriff, hopefully you can shine some light on this. We're hearing from reporters, people on the ground, that are saying they got control of this. Meanwhile, I'm getting texts from my guys that are there on the ground in L.A., and they tell me they still got violent offenders out there, and they're not being able to arrest as many people. What are your guys telling you?
Exactly the same thing, that it is out of our control in different pockets. And what happened, the worst that we saw on Sunday, was absolutely downplayed by the local media, by the politicians. They're all saying, oh, it's largely peaceful. No, it was largely violent. And the concentration of violent activists embedded within people that were just looked like they were trying to peacefully protest was a joke. Because that was you look at the destruction of the CHP cruisers, the shutdown of the 101 freeway, and if you look at the tagging and the broken windows throughout the downtown quarter, it's alarming.
Sheriff, this is what the chief had to say about them doing their job on the ground. Let's watch it.
The introduction of federal military personnel without direct coordination creates logistical challenges and risks confusion during critical incidents. The Los Angeles Police Department, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations, and we remain confident in our ability to be able to do so professionally and effectively.
Here's the problem, Sheriff. I'm not doubting the experience of our cops on the ground. I know they can do it. The problem is you got politicians that are cuffing them. There's also a resource gap as well. People fighting for territory that they want to have control of, but then when it comes push time to shove, the arrest people, they're not doing it. I mean, what are you seeing?
No, it's exactly that. There's a fight of territory. Local law enforcement, particularly the sheriff who was responsible for coordinating mutual aid among all these agencies, they were paralyzed in fear about coming to the aid of ICE agents who were under attack. And that right there is the genesis of this entire mess. And with that, all of a sudden,
they got his mug, they got his picture, so
what happens,
they can go after him.
All the chaos unfolded after that. And that was the seed of it right there when they...
All of these people are going to get
I can't get over, because we know what it's like. When you have a cop, I don't care if they're federal, state, or local, when they get on the radio and they say, officer assist, we're being surrounded, and the locals don't show up because a chief or whatever politicians say they can't show up, I found that shameful.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. In 2020, when I was the sheriff in that same position, I had 11 riots going on at the same time. I had all of my mutual aid resources locally available. We deployed them as we needed, and then we activated the National Guard and we got them involved. And well, it was very well coordinated and it worked. LA didn't burn down like Seattle and Portland, but here you had the reverse, where the local authorities were held back because of the leadership. And this is Sheriff Luna, Mayor Karen Bass, and the governor himself refusing to commit the resources.
The people in that city don't like it. The people in this country don't like it. Seeing our flags burn, our cops being slammed and rocks at them. Sheriff, thanks so much for joining the program.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the
That's
Fox News
wild.
YouTube page
Let's
to
go
catch
to,
our hottest
another
interviews
story
and most
here.
compelling analysis.
See if I can find one. Give me a sec. I may have one here. Just gotta find it. Maybe we could watch this. This was from Dallas last night. And then we could watch one more of Tyson's. I got a good one of Tyson's we can watch next. After this one. Let's see what's up and what happened in Dallas last night. I haven't seen it, so I don't know.
Live coverage of a breaking news situation on the west side of downtown Dallas. We want to get back out to WFAA's Cole Sullivan, who is live at a protest that's pretty much taken over the Trinity Groves area of Dallas. Cole, we talked to you at the top of this newscast. We said we'd come back to you if the situation warranted.
Dallas, Texas.
How have things changed since the top of the hour?
Teresa, Dallas police are preparing to move in on these protesters right now. Let me step out of the way so you can see what's happening. They have set up a new police line here. You can see what's unfolding here as they have given yet another warning to disperse to these protesters. They're on the far side of this officer's line that we're on right here, where you can see they have given you can hear perhaps in the background yet another warning to these protesters. And we have seen more in the streets here at this point than we did earlier when we came to you before. We can again see this line here. Dallas police have changed their protocols for this since the 2020 incident before on Margaret Hunt Hill Bridge, where hundreds of people were arrested in protests there. We're watching live as these police officers move in here on some of these protesters. This is a change in the posture from when we were talking to you at the top of the hour here, as this is unfolding right now.
Not that much.
To keep this line, we're watching them move.
It's a good amount of people, but it's not like crazy
They
amount.
can use tear gas and other what they call less lethal weapons at this point because they have given those warnings.
I just think it's the summer. I think
it also includes pepper
school
spray,
should be
which we've
year
already
round.
seen
I think this is going to
deployed,
make a call for
here. You can see
year round
someone is
schooling.
being detained
What do you
here
think?
over on the left side here.
I think this is a setup for year round schooling.
You could see that
So
unfolding
no
here. It
more
looks like that protester ran up towards the
vacation
police
time or
officers
summer
here
school
as they
doesn't
continue to
make it year-round
close in on
schooling.
this intersection.
That you
And
just
we're watching as this
have
happens
to go
as
year
we
round.
are here too. So you can see some officers in the back are
I wonder
telling
what you
them
think.
to move
That's what I
forward,
think.
and we're watching this
I think
live as it
there's
unfolds
too many
here.
kids,
We'll
too
continue
many
to bring
young
you updates as they
individuals,
happen. We're expecting
and I'm
more
sure
arrests
they
here on
should
the
be
scene
school.
and officers moving
And
in on these
school,
protesters
I
here
think the
right
last
now,
day is today.
ending this protest
And
after
some
giving that
portions out there in
order to
California.
disperse here on the Margaret Hunt
So
Hill
this is
Bridge.
going to
We'll
be
continue to
a
keep
whole
you
summer
updated,
event.
through the newscast tonight. Back to you.
All right, Cole Sullivan, therefore, is live on the ground. I do just
But
want
the
to point
police
out
are
that
moving in on these
chopper
people.
picture on the right side of your screen, the large one, it's really impressive to see exactly how police are doing this because you can really tell that they are just trying to squeeze the protesters into one smaller area. So you can tell that they form sort of that L shape there, sort of boxing the protesters in. And as you have heard Cole and our Tanya Eiserer tell us, once they have given the orders that this is an unlawful assembly, it is the police can move in and begin making arrests. And you're watching this live unfold right here in West Dallas as you see the protesters being boxed in, and you see some of them starting to run away. So it certainly appears as though the police tactics are beginning to work. But we do know that people have been taken into custody tonight. Okay, I'm being told that there is some sort of gas being deployed there, pepper spray or gas. And you also, I think I just saw on the bottom of the screen there some
All
sort
these
of
people cannot be single
objects that looks like being tossed perhaps at
and running around
police.
acting a ruckus.
Kind of hard to tell from that wide shot, but it
I
does
try
look
to
like
see
a little bit of a
360
clash
of everything that
going
goes
on from our chopper shot.
What their family is
Again, we're
doing,
told that there was some sort of gas
is
or
all the
pepper
family
spray
out
that was
here
deployed just a couple
participating?
of seconds ago. And you
Is
can
this
see
like, I
the
don't know,
police
is
marching
this
in, using
purge?
those tactics to try to box in the protesters, squeeze them into one area.
It's like the purge.
Again, what
Trump's gonna
sparked
bring
this
back
was when
the purge.
protesters started trying to take over the Margaret Hunt Hill
It's gonna
Bridge.
purge all the
This has been going on for maybe
migrants.
the past
It's gonna be the new movie.
60 to 90 minutes where there would be sort of tensions escalating and then going back down. Did just see I don't know if that is
Oh, fireworks. There you go. Look.
some sort of a
Shooting
flashbang.
fireworks
Do
at
we
the
still have
police.
Cole available? I feel like I can potentially hear Cole in my ear. Okay, Cole, can you hear me, Cole?
Yeah.
Okay,
Houston.
Cole.
Yes, I can, Teresa.
Okay,
Sorry.
I
yes,
do want
that
to
was a
say
firework
if you
thrown
need
by
to
a
get to
protester.
okay, thrown by a protester. Okay, if you need to drop out because you feel like you need to move away from the scene, totally understand. Don't hesitate.
Wild.
So that was a firework thrown by a protester and not a flare set off by a police officer.
No, that was an explosion.
Correct, and I thank you for that, Teresa. Yeah, we feel like we're in a safe position here where we can watch all of this unfold. That was a firework thrown by a protester there, not a flashbang grenade there. We have seen police officers
This is really gonna hurt China.
deploy tear gas or gas of
because
some
we get
kind
a lot of our fireworks
to some of
from
these
China.
protesters, which got them all out of the street now and back into that park area before. You can see they're clearing some of these trucks out of the road here now too from our vantage point.
There might
But
be
we
a ban
continue
on
to see
fireworks.
these clashes, including protesters throwing water bottles
And
at these police
anyone who's
officers. We can see the
throwing
haze of smoke in the
fireworks
distance here
of this
too, as
magnitude
Dallas police begin
can
to move in to
get,
clear
like, a
this
really
protest.
heavy, like, jail time. I would say like minimum 5 years in jail for assaulting a police officer with a firework, like with an explosive. I think the minimum would be 3 to 5 years. Minimum 3, max 5. And then how many of them that you threw and exploded on officers, so it can accumulate, time can accumulate by the amount of your attorney that they commit. So let's go to Tyson's show because I wanted to see this one. It's my friend Tyson De La Cruz, and subscribe to his channel. You can see down here, Tyson De La Cruz. Good friend. Of course, you got to give that thumbs up. And I am subscribed. I'm not joined. I'm not joined yet. You know, when my channel starts getting more subscribers and get more people to watch, then we'll join Tyson's group here. And cool, he's cool people, man. He's really good people. I like the way he reports. He's a gem. He's a one of one. I call him a one on one. That's it. He's one and only. And we're gonna watch him now. So enjoy the show.
Reports of multiple people detained outside of a Home Depot.
America, Los Angeles just became a war zone as ICE agents conducted massive raids across the city, detaining up to 200 people while liberal protesters formed chains to block federal vehicles. We're talking about chaos at Home Depot in Westlake, federal buildings in downtown LA, and clothing warehouses where agents in riot gear had to fight through angry mobs. But here's what's really insane. Protesters were literally jumping in front of ICE vehicles to prevent them from moving while chanting, "No more ICE!" as if enforcing immigration law is somehow a crime. Meanwhile, city council members are calling this kidnapping by federal agencies.
NBC4 is now receiving reports this morning of chaos outside that Home Depot in Westlake.
Their squad cars from North Hollywood Division.
Oh shit! A police car on
What
fire.
is up, guys? Tyson De La Cruz here.
Wow.
Thank you so much for rocking with me. This is exactly what we voted for. Real immigration enforcement that doesn't care about liberal feelings or sanctuary city policies. While Democrats cry about trauma, ICE is finally doing the job that the Biden administration refused to do for 4 years. Let me break down what happened across Los Angeles. ICE agents hit multiple locations simultaneously. A Home Depot in Westlake, a Royal Federal building downtown, and a clothing warehouse in the Fashion District. This wasn't just some random operation. This was a coordinated enforcement action targeting people who had ignored immigration court orders.
We have obtained Citizen app video from this morning showing multiple people getting detained by Homeland Security. This is at the Home Depot parking lot off Westchester and Burlington near MacArthur Park. It's still unclear how many people were detained and for what reason.
At the Home Depot in Westlake, witnesses describe seeing day laborers run when they spotted ICE agents. One man said his friends started yelling, "ICE, ICE, ICE." He said, "I thought he was joking, but he wasn't. Then I saw all the day laborers started running."
Tear gas, flashbangs, angry crowds, and heavily armed and armored U.S. immigration and customs enforcement agents marked a volatile Friday in the heart of Los Angeles during a series of immigration sweeps.
But here's what mainstream media won't tell you. These weren't random sweeps targeting innocent people. ICE was executing federal search warrants at specific locations based on intelligence about people who had already been ordered to leave the country.
Agents swarmed into at least 3 locations looking for suspected immigration law violators. The blowback was fast and fierce, with some protesters jumping in front of law enforcement vehicles to prevent them from moving.
The operation involved multiple federal agencies working together. We're talking about
Nice,
FBI,
man. You did a
ICE,
good job.
DEA, and
I
DHS.
love
When you
his
need that
reporting,
level
man.
of coordination, you're not just picking up random people. You're targeting specific individuals who have been identified through investigation. The most shocking part of this operation happened at the Royal Federal Building in downtown LA. According to the League of United Latin American Citizens, up to 200 undocumented immigrants who showed up for routine immigration appointments were detained and taken to the basement.
And this morning, a civil rights group is demanding a full investigation. We're getting reports that as many as 200 immigrants are being detained in downtown LA. Several witnesses told our Telemundo 52 station their family members are being held with no explanation.
Think about this. People who showed up to their scheduled immigration hearings, and instead of being processed through the system, they were detained on the spot. This is what happens when you actually enforce immigration law instead of playing catch and release.
But it was much different yesterday. There were a lot of family members out here looking for answers. Of course, a lot of questions, uncertainty.
Family members were scrambling for answers. But here's the reality. If your loved one was one detained at the immigration hearing, they probably had outstanding removal orders or they had violated terms of their release.
They say their loved ones walked into the Roybal Federal Building for routine immigration appointments and never came back out. Now, according to that organization you just referenced, LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens, sources from within the Roybal Federal Building say up to 200 undocumented immigrants who appeared for those routine immigration appointments were in ICE custody as of Tuesday.
The CEO of Latin United American Citizens claimed that ICE is actually over capacity. Regular detention can't hold the volume of detainees. They are making effectively what are makeshift detention centers in federal buildings and courthouses in downtown LA. Now let's talk about the liberal response to actual law enforcement. Protesters formed human chains to block ICE vehicles, jumped in front of federal agents, and literally tried to prevent law enforcement from doing their job.
They did need to bring in some backup here.
KTLA was in the air and on the ground during the immigration enforcement firestorm.
At the clothing warehouse in the Fashion District, agents in riot gear had to clash with onlookers while hauling off workers in handcuffs. Immigration rights advocates used megaphones to tell workers to avoid signing papers or speaking to federal agents.
Another raid unfolded at a clothing store along Town Avenue in the Fashion District, where agents hauled off multiple workers in handcuffs, loading them into vans, as other agents in riot gear clashed with onlookers in what could be described as a tense standoff. Immigration
They don't show this in the media.
Showdown.
Think about this. These advocates were
Rather
literally
this, they
telling
don't
people
show
to obstruct
nationally.
federal investigation. They were encouraging people to refuse to cooperate with law enforcement officers who were executing valid federal warrants.
The raids have sparked not just protests, but a reaction now from politicians.
Among them, LA City Council member Eunice Hernandez, who joins us live right now. Council member, thanks so much.
LA City Council member Eunice Hernandez had the audacity to say that ICE was conducting these operations without advising them, without notifying them. Since when does federal law enforcement need permission from local politicians to enforce federal law? The politicians' response to these raids shows exactly why California is in the mess that they're in. Instead of supporting law enforcement, politicians are calling federal agents kidnappers and claiming these operations are traumatic for the community.
police.
But I was not advised, and we had raids happen in our district. I found out as I was on my way to City Hall for our meeting this morning.
Representative Jimmy Gomez issued a statement saying these are not criminals. These are families who followed the rules, filed paperwork, showed up on time. Instead, they're being treated like they broke the law just for seeking asylum.
U.S. Attorney Bill Saley reiterated that there are laws on the books that haven't been enforced, specifically by the previous administration. So he calls what happened here today a step up in enforcement, indicating this is only beginning. What do you say to that?
But here's the reality. If these people were detained at immigration hearings, they probably didn't follow the rules. They likely had removal orders, missed court dates, or violated the terms of their release.
What I have to say to that is that believe them when they say it. Our communities need to prepare, need to be clear-eyed. We're seeing these tactics escalate throughout not just California, but other parts of the country. And I wouldn't take their words lightly, but we need to prepare and community needs to stand up.
Councilmember Hernandez warns the communities need to prepare and said, we're seeing these tactics escalate throughout not just California, but other parts of the country. She's treating law enforcement like it's some kind of invasion instead of recognizing that this is what immigration enforcement looks like. One of the most telling incidents from these raids was an arrest of David Huerta, who was detained for obstruction and had been taken to the hospital after federal agents dealt with his interference.
To figure out what that list looks like. And I want to uplift that the person who's quote unquote arrested for obstruction is one of our most powerful labor leaders here in the city of Los Angeles and the state of California, which is David Huerta from SEIU USWW, who was hurt, who went to the hospital because of what federal agents did while he was just trying to observe what was going on.
Councilmember Hernandez called him one of our most powerful labor leaders and claimed that he was just trying to observe what was going on. But you don't get arrested for obstructing by just observing. You get arrested for interfering with federal agents executing lawful warrants. This perfectly illustrates the liberal mindset. They think their political position gives them the right to interfere with law enforcement. A union leader thinks he can obstruct federal agents because he disagrees with immigration enforcement.
Since this happened today and no one was notified, will this happen again tomorrow? Will it be next week? Will it be next month? It's that sense of uncertainty, fear, and anxiety that is created in the city.
I text them.
The fact that this union leader was hospitalized shows that federal agents aren't playing any games anymore. If you interfere with immigration enforcement, you're going to face the consequences regardless of your political connections. America, what we witnessed in Los Angeles is exactly what immigration enforcement looks like. After 4 years of Biden's catch and release policies, ICE is finally doing the job that they were created to do, removing people who have been ordered to leave the country. The liberal hypocrisy about these raids shows how disconnected they are from reality. They've been so used to non-enforcement that actual law enforcement looks like oppression to them. When protesters form human chains to block federal agents, when union leaders obstruct investigations, when city council members call enforcement kidnapping, they're defending immigration. They're defending lawlessness. The fact that up to 200 people were detained at the federal building shows the massive scope of immigration violations that the Biden administration ignored. These weren't people who followed the rules. These were people who had been ordered to remove and chose to ignore these orders. U.S. Attorney Bill Saley was absolutely right when he said, this is only the beginning. The Trump administration is serious about enforcing immigration law, and no amount of liberal protesting is going to stop them. The message to illegal immigrants is clear. You've been ordered to leave. You need to leave. If you ignore these orders, you will be detained and removed. And if you interfere with federal agents, you will face criminal charges. I'll keep you updated as ICE continues to enforce these operations across the country. And remember, this is what happens when we finally have leadership that takes immigration law seriously. Let me know what you guys think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
It's a good show, man. He's great. He's like I said, you'll see him a lot here on My Mind Over Your Matter. It's a treat when we get cool new people to come through for another season of course, My Mind Over Your Matter. And this is one that I picked up along the ways, and very good energy, very good reporting. Very good friend, we have so much in common. And I'm glad, I got his permission to use these videos for future shows and so forth. He has a lot of videos. He's done a lot of reporting. I would like to go back to his older videos and show you guys like a lot of what he does. Maybe I can show another one. Let me see. Did we watch I think we watched this one, the cartel one. Did we watch this one? If not, we can watch it again.
America, we just witnessed a perfect example of liberal protest addiction in Minneapolis. A mob of protesters attacked federal agents.
Yeah, we did see this one.
Legitimate drug
But I don't mind seeing it again.
Investigation at a Mexican restaurant, all because somebody saw an ICE badge and immediately assumed it was an immigration raid. These people are so addicted to protesting, they don't even bother to find out what's actually happening.
He's so
before
good.
They start protesting
it's worth
in the
watching
streets.
twice.
Here's the kicker: when
Because it feeds his count and it feeds his algorithm.
Surrounded his car, and
so it really helps
cops
his show
had to
out
use
too.
Crowd control methods to arrest him. Meanwhile, the actual investigation had nothing to do with immigration. It was about drugs and money laundering.
I'm gonna try to get him on here again soon.
We right now are waiting for more information after federal officers in tactical gear drew a large crowd of protesters happening in South Minneapolis.
Now, videos of the confrontation between those agents and demonstrators quickly went viral.
What is up, guys? Tyson Dela Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This story perfectly illustrates how liberals have turned protesting into a full-time job. They see any federal agent and immediately assume it's a human rights violation. Do these people have actual jobs, or is professional protesting their career? Let me break down what actually happened in South Minneapolis. Federal agents in tactical gear showed up at a Mexican restaurant on East Lake Street to execute a search warrant related to drugs and money laundering. This was a legitimate criminal investigation that had nothing to do with immigration.
Federal agents surrounding a Mexican restaurant in South Minneapolis this morning. The situation got out of control after a large crowd gathered and began demanding answers. They showed up after rumors spread about a possible immigration raid there, but that's not what happened.
Because some agents had ICE badges, which makes sense because ICE investigates federal crimes as well. The liberal mob immediately assumed it was an immigration raid and they started their usual tantrum. They didn't bother to ask any questions. They didn't wait for any facts. They just saw federal agents and went full resistance mode.
In fact, police say federal agents didn't even arrest anyone, though some of the video shows at least one person detained, though it doesn't mean they were arrested. They say the agents executed a search warrant as part of a criminal investigation.
Here's what's really pathetic. The agents didn't even arrest anybody. They executed a search warrant, gathered evidence, and left. But the liberal protest turned into a full-scale confrontation because they're so desperate to find something to be outraged about.
The agents stood outside Taqueria Berry area, I should say, on East Lake Street and Bloomington Avenue with guns. They also had a military-style truck outside. Protesters started seeing this around 10 o'clock this morning. Some agents had ICE badges on, and that may be where some of this confusion initially started.
The confusion started because these people see any federal law enforcement and immediately think it's some kind of oppression. They can't comprehend that maybe, just maybe, they're actual criminals who need to be investigated. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. Who are these people who can show up and protest at 10 a.m. on a weekday? Do they have jobs? Are they taking vacation days to harass federal agents? Or is protesting literally their full-time occupation? Look at the timeline here. Federal agents show up around 10 a.m. to conduct a legitimate investigation. Within hours, there is a full mob of protesters blocking streets and confronting law enforcement. How do you mobilize so many people that quickly unless protesting is literally what you do for a living?
Minneapolis and state leaders say those federal agents were at a Mexican restaurant on East Lake Street and Bloomington Avenue in Minneapolis yesterday, conducting a search warrant related to drugs and money laundering, not related to immigration. But officers wearing ICE badges were spotted in some of these videos.
This is the same pattern we see in every liberal city. Professional protesters who treat every law enforcement action like it's a civil rights movement. They have a whole infrastructure set up to mobilize protesters at a moment's notice, regardless of what's actually happening.
Tensions escalated when a man drove his car through protesters who were blocking an intersection. More than a dozen police officers arrived and used crowd control methods to grab the driver.
And of course, they illegally block intersections because they think their feelings give them a right to shut down public roads. When a driver tried to get through their illegal roadblock, they surrounded his car like a mob. It took dozens of police officers using crowd control methods to arrest the driver, not the protesters who were illegally blocking the traffic. This Minnesota incident is just the latest example of a pattern we're seeing in liberal cities across America. Whether it's Seattle, Portland, San Diego, San Francisco, or Minneapolis, the response is always the same. They see federal agents, assume oppression, and start protesting. Remember the Portland protest where they attacked federal agents protecting a courthouse, or the Seattle chop zone, or the San Francisco protest where they defended business exploiting illegal workers.
The investigation centered on drugs and money laundering, but that's all we really know at this point. Deputies say they worked with the feds on the investigation and that this was just one of several search warrants they executed today throughout the metro as part of that investigation.
The common thread here is these protesters never wait for facts. They see law enforcement and immediately assume it's some kind of injustice. They're so addicted to being victims, they create victimization where none exists.
People are upset. It's wrong what's happening all over, not just here.
The way that the police are showing up in force, no wonder there's such a confrontation between them and the people that actually live here in the community. We have no reason to trust them.
Listen to this protester.
Wrong what's happening all over, not just here.
They're upset about law enforcement doing their jobs. They think investigating drugs and money laundering is wrong. The mayor actually got this one right when he said this is an example of how misinformation can spread really quickly and can get out of control and cause a lot of problems. But he's missing the bigger picture. This isn't just information, it's willful ignorance.
Yeah, Randy, Mayor Jacob Fry used this as an example of how misinformation can spread really quickly and get out of control and cause problems. And it appears that that is exactly what happened earlier this morning and into the afternoon. And
these protesters don't want facts. They want drama. They want to feel like they're part of some resistance movement. When they see federal agents, they immediately jump into the worst possible conclusion and start mobilizing their protest network. The fact that this was just one of several warrants they executed that day throughout the metro shows that this was a coordinated law enforcement operation targeting criminal activity. But the protesters turned it to some civil rights issue because that's just what they do.
Police say they just showed up to handle the crowd that gathered, and that crowd seemed to be under the impression that this was an ICE raid. The sheriff's office reiterated that although it does work with the feds on criminal investigations, as was the case here, it is not involved in any civil immigration enforcement.
Even after officials clarified that this had nothing to do with immigration enforcement, the protesters probably still think that they were fighting for some type of great injustice. They're so invested in their victim narrative that facts become absolutely irrelevant. Let's talk about the economics of these professional protests. These people can mobilize dozens of protesters on a weekday morning, block traffic for hours, and confront federal agents. Who's paying for this? In most cases, it's a combination of progressive nonprofits, active organizations, and government grants. These people are literally being paid to harass law enforcement and disrupt legitimate government operations. Meanwhile, working Americans are trying to get to their jobs, and they can't because professional protesters are blocking intersections over fake ICE raids. The driver who tried to get through their roadblock probably had somewhere important to be, but the protesters think their feelings are more important than everybody else's lives. The fact that no arrests were made of these protests show how these liberal cities enable this type of behavior. They illegally block traffic, harass harass federal agents and create public disturbance but face no consequences. America, this Minneapolis incident perfectly illustrates the liberal addiction to outrage and protest. These people are so desperate to be victims that they create victimization where it doesn't even exist. Federal agents conducting a legitimate drug and money laundering investigation become oppressive ICE raids. Law enforcement doing their jobs becomes police brutality, and working Americans trying to get to work becomes secondary to the protesters' need for drama. This is what happens when you have a generation of people who have been taught that every law enforcement action is racist, every federal investigation is oppression, and every inconvenience is a human rights violation. The fact that these protesters can mobilize so quickly during work hours shows that many of them don't even have real jobs. Protesting has become their career, funded by progressive organizations that profit from chaos and division. Meanwhile, actual criminals are running drug and money laundering operations, but the protesters are more upset about the agents investigating those crimes than they are about the crimes themselves. This is the backwards world of liberal priorities, defending criminals, attacking law enforcement, and turning every legitimate government action into a civil rights crisis. When you see these professional protesters mobilizing against federal agents, ask yourself, do these people have real jobs, or is outrage their full-time occupation? Let me know what you guys think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
I think it's really good, man. Good people. Come over here. Let's watch this. This is live now from Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles. If I'm not mistaken, this is the detention center. And you can see the graffiti on the wall. It says "fuck ICE." It says "pigs." It says "fuck ICE." I don't know. It says "bitch." I don't know what it says there. You know, is this okay? Where's the mayor? The mayor thinks this is okay, and this is a federal building. Okay, is this okay for individual protesters to deface federal property? You tell me. I don't know, man. It's confusing. The times are confusing. But I'm gonna get off of here. I'm gonna take a break and maybe take a nap because I'm tired. But I'm gonna leave it on. I'm gonna leave it here in this feed so you can see what's going on live. And I'll be back later on this afternoon. If anything breaks, I'll break in and I'll start talking on here. But till then, have a good day, good morning, and good night wherever you're located. And I'll catch y'all on the flip side. Enjoy the live feed of the peaceful gaslighting protest round 5 for today. And it's a nationwide anti-ICE peaceful event. So I don't know. Their peace is a lot different than what I think of peace. I don't know. But have a good day, and I'll see y'all later.
we already have thousands. So it's like, oh wait, we're gonna have like 10,000 law enforcement in the city. Like, I don't see them though. I got 5. Pretty cool. Yeah, maybe a few more stuff. Yeah. was a few mistakes there from our side. Before it wasn't ahead of the time. So it was a little and more. But, you know, I was on the side, that's fine, and after a while, they closed on almost every camera. So they did things. And it was fine. It was, I did a charge. Yeah, they're like, let us go. But I want to like, at that time they were like just trying to get away. Like 5 blocks away, right? It's like, come on. It's like, oh yeah, we're in like, you can send me to Long Beach or whatever. You know, it doesn't matter. Like it's the same shit. Like I'm so not for my work. But so I think nowadays most of the big cats, they most of them are simply support. But I wasn't sure. I mean, I'm like, big part of it. I don't know. The moment I get it, just go with it. Yeah. Well, yeah. What did it say? Check. Alright, I'm going to check it. Yeah, we'll talk about it.
posting on Truth Social, if I didn't send the troops to Los Angeles last 3 nights, once beautiful and great city would be burning to the ground right now. Last night, Mark told me any kind of protest in the Los Angeles. Let's make an update on those arrests on the short. Gavin Newsom now suing the Trump administration over what he calls a takeover of the California National Guard. Governor Newsom also said that he will